2,000 likes at least before I take our first guest. Witty says it's way early for them. Yeah, it's maybe a little early for some of you, but this is the time I usually intend to start. That tells you how late I am on a daily basis. But we're actually starting just on time. And, well, hello, cat. I see a cat in the vat. I see 3 pips. Welcome in. Welcome in, Ash. Heather's Descent. Welcome to Roach and Honeycut. Good to see you. Also, thank you, Cat in the Bat. And oh, did anybody else help with that one? Sure did. Looks like 3 pips. Also, thank you so much. I appreciate y'all helping with the first goal. Gets us out of the gate pretty good. Now we just need, well, anybody who has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. If you do, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you. I'm not here to argue or tell you that you're wrong. I don't want to shame you for believing what you believe. I do want to know why, though. I want to know what you believe and why you hold on to it. And maybe after we ask a few of those questions, if you can question your beliefs, we might get to ask what the benefit is. And what is the cost? And if you know what the benefit is, what the cost is, well then, what is the value? What is the overall worth of this belief? Is it worth it? Is that something you've ever considered asking? Yeah, Kat, I changed the question last night. I thought about our previous question, the one about um, what it condemns and what it justifies. And the response to that from one guest in particular left me wondering what the cost is and really what the value is, what the worth of a belief is to anybody. So, with that, I just have to wonder if any believers stumbling through might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs, to ask the what and the why, and to ask of those answers why again. Is that too much? Is that too difficult for someone with a faith or an ideal to weigh the worth, the value of that conclusion, of that assumption, of that guideline, and see what it really, really costs? Ye Vile Woman asks, is this an atheistic live? I don't know how to answer that question. What is an atheistic live? Do you mean is the host absent of belief in a god? Or do you mean is this live geared towards convincing others that there isn't one? Because it's definitely not that. The purpose of this live is just to see if you, and anybody coming through, can question their beliefs. It shouldn't matter what I believe or what anyone else sitting on the panel believes, just what you, whoever you are being questioned when you're here, just that you can question your beliefs. Can you answer honestly and consider deeply the questions presented? I'm not here to debate or disprove. I'm not interested in burgling. Well, I mean, there's always room in the shed for one more god. But burgling isn't the goal, it's more of a side effect. I'm just here to ask what it is you believe and why you believe it, if you can question your beliefs. Hello, B-Man. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe that there is I don't know if I would call it a god, but a higher spirit that kind of connects um, everybody um, on the planet as well as, everybody, everything, the plants, the animals, everything like that. Um, I also kind of think that that spirit is balance. It is harmony in the world.
You're saying that everything is.
Spirit, and spirit is everything, and everything is balance, and balance harmonizes everything.
Yes.
What is it that, to you, what do you mean when you say spirit?
Um, I would say I think that there is a certain degree of energy and connectedness between everyone.
Can you tell me what you mean by energy?
I would say kind of in the same light as kind of I would say like, tarot kind of astrology mixed with I would say kind of that Christian idea of like the Holy Spirit, there's something
You're not quite
um
answering my question. I know you're trying. You said tarot, uh, spirituality, Christianity. What though is energy?
it's I guess a connectiveness that brings a certain level of intuition and understanding between people, as well as a certain, um, I guess, underlying understanding of in any given situation or
Something about understanding now. So energy is underlying understanding.
yes.
What
Yeah.
does that even mean?
So like let's say you're walking down the street and you see a stranger and you just get that feeling that that person is sad or is going through something, and maybe you say something nice to them to try and brighten their day, it's that sort of thing. And it can also be the reverse, you see somebody that you don't
I'm
like,
sorry.
you
So
know
you're saying that energy is essentially interactions with people, trying to brighten someone's day.
um tells you
Let's
that
back up
you
then.
should do that.
And energy is.
I would say energy is a mixture of intuition, emotion, and understanding,
Intuition,
for words
emotion,
without
and
meaning.
understanding.
Yes.
Energy is intuition, emotion, and understanding. Does that mean energy in this sense only applies to humans?
No.
Oh, just sentient life, just life with what we consider consciousness.
Yes.
So
I would say.
so life without intuition or understanding has no energy.
Hmm, man, that just picked my thought apart. I guess there's a certain amount of it that must be disconnected from that understanding and intuition. I feel like that part of it is okay. I feel like that part of it would more be relevant to
Is it
more
possible that
sentient things, but I
is it
would say
possible
that
that
there is
energy
energy in
is
like trees and animals
mm,
and things like that. To
is it
the degree
possible
that
you're using energy as kind of a filler, a buzzword, something that sounds like a placeholder but might not be doing the work you need it to?
can you clarify what you mean by that?
Well, when you say energy, and energy is understanding or connectedness or intuition or um, any of these seemingly human qualities, you do, do you kind of limit what you're talking about to just humans or human-like consciousnesses, um, or are you talking specifically about that kind of conscious?
I would not say it's so limited, but I would say the interaction with that, you know, a
The
tree
interaction with what?
a tree can have energy, but a tree is not able to do anything with that energy. It's not able to act on that. You
So
would say it's still limited.
it doesn't have the understanding or the intuition that you were talking about.
Yes,
So
but
then
I would
maybe
say it would.
intuition and understanding don't fit the model of what you're saying energy is.
Yeah, I would argue, well, not argue.
Hmm.
I would say it's kind of hard to pin down exactly when I say energy. I it's kind of mm, maybe more of what I mean is a uh, an interconnectedness between living things. More of, I guess, might be a more accurate description, and
Interconnectedness.
then the intuition, emotion, and understanding is how sentient life such as humans are able to interact with that interconnectedness.
What do you mean by interconnectedness?
Just in the, I think to a certain degree I am eh, connected to strangers and people that I haven't met. I'm connected to the grass that I walk on, the trees around me, that all has a connection to the, I guess, that greater idea, like I was talking about, of that higher spirit, where what what you are, you're always constantly giving and receiving, from the world around you, and I think that
Are
that
you just
is
talking about
the expansion.
perception and information? Is that the connection that you're talking about? So
Um,
perceiving the information of the world around you, is that is that interconnectedness or is that uh, just observation?
um, I can see what you're saying there. I would say you can observe it, but I wouldn't say that's necessarily entirely it. I would say that to a certain degree, somebody, halfway across the world could, something that they do can, so I guess in a certain degree you're right, but something that they can do through the ripple effects and also just through how things interact, something somebody does halfway across the world can have effects that affect me in my life. Somebody.
Something someone does halfway across the world can have effects in your life. Does that mean that there's uh, an energy that is interconnecting us, or is that more just the sort of cause and effect of the world we live in?
I would argue it's kind of both, because maybe it's into the idea of kind of right and wrong, but the more people do negative things or things that, you know if people are doing, um for example, like if there's a genocide happening at some place in the world, that is going to bring so much negativity into the world that is going to cascade throughout the entire world, whether or not you're involved in that or not. Cause and effect, and there's a certain degree of that is, you know, the energy of, if negativity is brought into this world,
Yeah,
people.
so the energy thing, I'm hearing cause and effect. I'm not hearing the energy connection. What is it you're What is actually connected if not the cause and effect of the physical world around us?
So, what I would argue is that it is the force that drives.
Force. What is that force? How do you measure that?
Um, so have you ever just,
Is it midichlorians?
I wouldn't say it's
Well, if it's a
midichlorians,
force,
but
is that kind of what you're talking about? Or are you talking about some
um
interconnected force that weaves through all life that if we only focus on, we could channel? Hear how similar that is.
yeah, yeah, I can see how similar that is, yeah. So to a certain degree,
Are you
uh
a Jedi?
I wish, but no. Um,
I think Kat might have a few questions for you. Hello,
okay.
Kat. Sometimes it takes a second for the Wi-Fi to catch up.
Yeah.
Guessing not. Well, there she is.
Sorry. I okay. I'm gonna. Were you asking if I had a question? My headphones were
Yeah,
off for like
yeah.
30 seconds. It would be when you were talking to me.
Oh, yeah. We just discovered that BM has a belief in a force energy that interconnects us all.
Midichlorians.
Well, maybe minus the midichlorians.
Yeah. Um, I think the midichlorians. I think there's something there. No, I was saying that like really bad things happen that affects the better felt some force, so to speak, that moves throughout the entire world. What you're saying.
You cut out a little bit there. I heard bad force affects entire world.
What I was asking about is like, can you hear me before I just keep asking?
Yes, you better.
Yeah, this has been a
Or is it? Okay. I was asking like if you were saying that like when something, oh, they're saying when something bad happens, like the entire world feels the effects of that or some like unseen force.
yeah. And equally, I think if you do good, I think that the same applies, if you're able to brighten someone else's day, um that energy, they might pass that on by brightening another person's day. And
Is
you
that
know
not cause and effect?
it is, but I think that there's that initial, when you're walking down the street and you just have that, do you just ever just feel called to, like, I don't know, just be kind? There's no reason for it. There's no direct benefit for you. There's no reason for you to stop and do that. You're just kind of feel called to try to do something like that, or vice versa, And I think that more of what I'm saying is that energy that connects us is that kind of whimsical drive, that you might not have a reason to do something, but you feel like you should or you can. And I think that drives the actions that then further have caused that cause and effect.
I love a good whimsy, but do people need supernatural force to be kind?
I don't think they need one. I just think that I don't know. I don't think it's needed, no.
What
But
beyond an emotional butterfly effect are you actually describing as supernatural here?
um
What is the
I,
force?
I guess more of I think that I guess in a sense to oh man, you really I you kind of asked some really hard questions. I'm not entirely sure if I've got the answer on that one to be honest. Um I would say kind of in the that that whimsy that I was describing that calls people to either do good things or bad things. Connecting back to what I was saying with balance earlier, I think that the way in which that higher spirituality interconnects us and does things has to do with the essentially if something negative happens, and in order to balance that, it is going to call people to do good things. If too many people are doing too much good things, I think it's going to probably call people to do selfish or otherwise negative things, because I think that it truly is balance. I is what I would say that it is.
Where do you see the balance?
Um, just in I think that in general, you don't see everything. It, I guess, in general, things within the world and within our lives tend to balance themselves. And to a certain degree, I feel like that's regardless of our own decisions and our own will to a certain degree. You can't ever have 100% good or 100% bad in your life,
Hmm.
and I think there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I'm
Do
not.
they balance themselves, or do we as humans like try to make things as balanced as possible because our pattern-loving brains like need it to be that way?
Hmm. Hmm. I would say I I don't think that we actually would seek that balance of our own intuition or our own desires. I think deep down, what most people would go for is 100% good for them, whatever is best for them. Um, but that is not something that you really see. You don't I'm not saying there isn't a person who everything in their life is perfect, but I think for most of us, despite us trying to achieve that everything in my life's in place and everything's good, there is always going to be something balancing there. Something, one area of your life is doing wonderfully and another area of your life is not doing so well. And to a certain degree, I don't think any of us are choosing to have that area of our life not be going well.
Did that address Kat's question though about if it's us enforcing the balance, or is it natural balance that occurs inherently?
I would say
Because
it's natural
forced.
balance that occurs inherently.
How do you measure, test for that?
Just in, I would say you look at, really, you can do it in several ways. You can look at your life and look at the areas in which you have tried to move it towards a good direction, and there's always a balance there in which if one thing you get good, there was always going to be something that is kind of counter to that. And I think if you look at also at,
For anything you get good, there will always be a counter to that.
yes.
Do you mean there will always be a counter to that happens, or there will always be a counter that could have happened?
No, there will always be a counter that happens.
So anything good that happens, something bad will always happen. If for anything bad that happens, something good will always occur.
Yes.
Does that not seem like a rather bold assumption based on limited perspective?
Um, I I would say it is a rather bold assumption, but I would say from from my from my perspective, as limited as it is, granted, from what I can perceive, there seems to be, even if you draw it outside of your life, if you look at, um, there's, I'm trying to think of a really good example here, but one example I think would be, you see the rise of the ineffectiveness of things like antibiotics, and the potential of that medically not being sustainable medically to treat things. And then, right about when they were really freaking out about that, they looked into and started developing, it's essentially like a virus that targets bacteria. And that can be used to, as a counter to, um, antibiotics. And if a bacteria is resistant to antibiotics,
Right. You're talking about a single advancement in medical um, understanding, and,
yes,
and somehow for that single advancement in medical understanding, it's in your mind, through your perspective, a counter to a problem that you perceive in medicine.
yes.
Can you tell me how that addresses whether or not this is your perspective?
Hmm. Hmm. I guess mainly just in that it seems very um, serendipitous, I
Is it
guess. That,
is it
um,
is it
both
really serendipitous, or is it a connection that you have made between one problem in medicine and a potential solution in medicine? Could not that potential solution also come with problems? Could there not also be other potential solutions or potential problems? At the end of weighing all of those, could there not be some imbalance, some greater harm or greater good?
So I would say.
Are you familiar with what the? Are you familiar with the Texas sharpshooter fallacy?
No. Please explain.
It's the idea that you know, shoot arrows at the side of a barn and then go paint the target around where they land.
Huh.
It's kind of what you're doing here. Is you're seeing something after the fact and then saying, look, if I paint this particular target around these two things, then they look like the kind of connection, the kind of balance I'm talking about. But if you take the target away and really look, you're just you're just shooting at the broadside of a barn.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I can kind of see what you're saying there.
Outside of the target that you painted, could there not be greater imbalances?
Yeah.
Depending, again, even on perspective, on where you're standing.
Yeah, I would definitely say that that could be the case. But I think that what makes me believe what I believe, while there is that certain bit of perspective, you also see what comes from the imbalances and when they do get too great. So, for example, like historically, like one example would be the Bolshevik Revolution. You know, you have this system in which there's people that are, you know, living have people that aren't able to afford bread, and that duality caused the system that overthrew a dynasty. You know,
It sounds like a whole lot of perspectives, and some seeing balance and many others not. Some finding good in that imbalance and some others not. And until they eventually do something about it that didn't, I mean, wouldn't you say has also led to greater imbalances?
I would say there's an ebb and flow to whether
So,
or not it is in balance, but I
so
would
if there's
say
ebb and
towards
flow, then why would you say it? There is an underlying balance. Is it not, again, as Kat suggested, something that we attempt to impose based on our own pattern-seeking brains?
so I guess what I would say is when I say it's an ebb and flow, what I mean by that is that um, I guess when you look at systems when they're reaching equilibrium or when they're reaching a balance point, they're going to often oscillate between positive, negative, you know, those sorts of things. And I would argue that um, you can have a higher imbalance and you can get closer to balance.
Positive and negative,
Balance, but
again,
I
being
don't think
based upon perspective, right?
I wouldn't say you ever reach complete balance.
Positive and negative, though, were based on perspective, right? We've already established that. And
Yes.
the tendency to describe the balance is based on our perspective, and the tendency to impose the balance desires. None of that's been addressed in your responses. Those have been the questions we've asked. I don't know if you're actually hearing us or if you just want to keep going down, describing how balance is balanced in the balance of your own balancing perspective. But I don't hear you actually engaging or critically thinking in that questions anymore. And that could be because we've kind of been hitting you with a lot of them. So thanks, BM, for being here. I appreciate you trying. Maybe another time we'll have more questions, and perhaps you'll have different answers. But I hope you keep asking questions. If anybody else watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to questioning your beliefs, we'll go ahead and request on up.
You couldn't do any more balance?
No,
Well,
it wasn't actually going anywhere, and we hit a point where I think while he's trying to find a way to reason and explain a perspective, he's not actually trying to question it.
the vibration thing. It's like somebody said it to them once, and they were just like, in such a compelling way that they were just like, yeah, that's what it is, you know? And I have just like not ever thought about it, or like I don't know who started this, but whoever did it should have started a cult, because it just, people just blindly fall into it so
Yeah,
easily.
we can try to blame George Lucas, but he borrowed it from somewhere.
Right.
Amoria
In the
asks, why
comments,
is it so popular?
I don't know.
I mean, it was fading in popularity, and then they did the whole Baby Yoda thing. Grogu.
Old Bo says, I just came from a TikTok where
I mean, he was trying to demonstrate the inherent balance in everything, I suppose. Well, thank you, Saints, and Here's Descent, 3 Pips, and Philly Red. You guys are all amazing. I appreciate you.
it has not stopped raining all day.
Really?
But the volcano erupted all day.
I saw
Did
as
you
it
see it?
stopped.
Did you watch it? Yes.
Unfortunate. Yeah, I saw some of it.
It was cool, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Hmm.
Hello, Tracer. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 43.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do. It's more like it's not organized religion, theo but I think a lot of it. You and I had a conversation, and you made me think about it. So I'm hopefully coming back a little bit more prepared than I was last time. But uh, my thought or idea that I continue to try to challenge is a thought that stems from a fiber optic piece of light, and the harmonics and the resonance of that matter introduced a world that we see as, and we call 3D. And then when we leave Earth or we die, that electricity, light at the end of the tunnel, is us returning to light, to a singular database of consciousness.
Okay. So, energy is a fiber optic. You're going to have to back that up because somehow
Yeah,
our
it's a lot to
energy
unpack.
is a fiber optic being that is
It's pure light, pure energy.
pure light. So wait, light is energy, is what you're saying?
Yeah, pure light, pure energy. It's
Pure light,
so
or pure energy, or are you saying that light is energy
I'm
equivalent?
saying them synonymously as if they're one.
Are they one?
That's like if it starts with like or matter moving to like accelerate uh an atom, to make it move, to make it spin, to form things, it requires like some sort of energy to make those uh protons and electrons spin.
You're saying because protons and electrons and atoms are spinning
Orbital, right?
or
That they're
orbiting,
right,
that
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 motion.
they have, what part of that is light though? I thought
So
we were saying energy is light.
yeah, so
And
like
it's the
light
spin of
hitting
a proton.
light, like new light hitting matter. We observe it
New
as
light.
like
New
we
new.
observe light hitting like a plant, going through like light from a sun.
So light from a sun is new. How is it new?
Well, it's being introduced to the matter to change it into energy, like with a plant. Like we observe that.
So
So
we see light hitting a plant, and it does what?
it goes through photosynthesis and turns it into energy, or
Energy
like it,
directly.
and grows. It
What does it
uses it.
what does it actually turn the light into? What does it do with the light?
Like you're gonna send me. I'll have to do more on the chemical exchange. Hold on one second. So what I'm searching is what is the energy transfer mechanism during photosynthesis? Like I don't
Right.
know how.
What energy transfer mechanisms? You're assuming that there is an energy transfer mechanism.
That's why otherwise it wouldn't grow, and it wouldn't require it to grow.
Well, he's
Like
thinking that the light is turned into energy through photosynthesis, and we're breaking that down further, right?
right, and it's creating the electromagnetic charge that
Hmm.
that then creates more
On.
human.
Light creates an electromagnetic charge that creates life.
That's that in combination of harmonics and is the part that we're all that kind of comes together into this part where it's easy for me to challenge it, but I try to challenge it because I see some validity or possibility to it.
The validity is what?
The validity is that I that like we're electrical beings and we're biological beings and we're impacted by light, and it gives us energy,
Impacted.
or it gives us the food that we eat energy, so that we end up consuming it, and just like a battery we continue to charge ourselves with both the energy
So
from food and water.
you're saying we charge ourselves like batteries with the
hmm
energy of
hmm
light.
Based on things that have you know uh, been touched by light, essentially, and and pulled their energy in, and then we consume them in other ways.
So for you, because you see plants go through photosynthesis and grow with that aid of light, then therefore we, by consuming those plants, are consuming light and are made of light. Is this a you are what you eat?
That's funny, but I didn't think of it that way. But ironically, I guess it would make a lot of things make sense in that respect. Yeah, like you take in different nutrients, and those nutrients grow through those different plants, and those plants need they pull all their minerals out of the earth. And
Would that also mean that we are carbon and like everything is carbon?
I don't
Joke. Don't worry about it. Would that though mean that everything is oxygen and nitrogen or carbon dioxide?
no, those all have different uh resonance. They have different
Resonance.
yeah, like they're different
So
in the periodic table.
Like if we're all light, does that mean we're all of everything that makes us?
Well, the electromagnetic piece of it, I think, is the full consciousness piece that we
Oh, I see.
eventually download that out of us, but we're the material
Download out.
aberrations of this energy
The
transfer.
electromagnetic piece is downloaded out. What does that even mean?
Like at the end, when people say they see the white light, the light at the, when they pass on and they come back from it, people talk about a white light. That flash, is them basically, they're taking their consciousness into the collective consciousness, like, got what I learned, downloaded, mission accomplished. Uh, and we are just vessels for that new information or intel back to the collective conscious.
Collective conscious. Is that light too? Is the collective conscious all light?
Well, I think that's what people probably would call God.
God is light.
God is light.
Well, in this case, he would be everything.
Photosynthesis is mana.
Oh, God is everything.
He would be everything.
No,
Pantheism.
photosynthesis would actually be, um, what is it when you eat a god? What do you call that? There's got to
Not
be a word
cannibalism,
for
but
that.
but okay. So do you know what else plants need more than just light to grow? Like they eat other things, right? Like they
Agreed.
um.
Agreed.
Do you know what those things are?
Yeah, so a plant's gonna, need to pull the nitrogen or the
Mm-hmm.
whatever it needs to fill it in, and those things too, at some point in time, uh, to become matter,
It's
and
generally
materialize.
nitrogen, right? So it's generally nitrogen, carbon, and phosphate is what you're looking for, to grow plants. And so, are we those like what? So nothing can survive off of just light, is what I'm saying. So like how is light what the key to all of this is?
I think that most things that I've observed in, like what I've looked at is like materials are something that have touched light at some point in time before they make it into my hands as a consumer. But like even if I was digging things out of the earth, they've been hit by tons of things that have touched light, rain, water. Those minerals that you're talking about have all been exposed to these energies, and I think that's where diamonds, the different pressures, it creates all these different things, and those are all different elements that are irrelevant to me as a human, but they're in the environment that my journey is a part of that environment. So it's not relevant to me what those things are, but they do affect me. So I'm questioning it too with you. What are those, what are those things, and how are they to me? Is, well, that's just something that got hit by tons of pressure and rain and sand and wind for however long, to do what it does in the environment that I'm living in. But it has its own resonance, it has its own harmonics, it has its own vibration, and it affects the matter that I live within, the 3D world with that which I live. But again, all in the same sandbox, just living in it.
So pressure is iron and sand and so those rocks, those minerals are created deep in the inside the earth. Um, so yes, sir. No light, no sand, no nothing else, none of that.
Light did it somehow, though, Cat. Yeah, the glow of the magma. See,
Yeah.
there's your light.
Sometimes we find diamonds in the water and stuff. Mhm. Yeah. Bad magma before it comes out.
Is it me or is she
Mhm.
breaking up?
She is breaking up. It's
Oh,
hard to
okay.
hear. That's why I was talking
It sounds like
back.
she has something good to say, but I'm like, I'm trying to hear and I'm not hearing it.
She's saying a lot of that is formed deep within the earth where there is no light. I argued that for you that the magma would be light.
Thank you. Thanks
be
for helping
wrong.
me out there, Thrayle. But you're honest in the staying true to like my argument that at some point in time light had to have affected it.
Why?
But I also don't know about
Why do you think at some point in time light had to have affected it?
affected it. Because it's gonna store some kind of energy, whether that's from like tectonic plates colliding,
Wait,
or
you're
like
saying that stored energy now
is
from
gonna
light,
transfer around and
from
create
light.
pressures.
You're
Yeah,
saying the energy is stored up from the light, like tectonic plates or solar panels or something.
That's a potential. Yes, it's potential that the tectonic
Sounds
plates.
potentially reaching.
Well, mainly because I struggle to challenge. Like, I don't know that anyone's really been to the center of the Earth.
I mean,
So,
Jules
like,
Verne wrote a book about it, but probably not.
I mean, it's possible there's a lot of magma in a layer, and then there's a hollow Earth, which people have argued. To stay fair to an argument I can't fulfill, because I don't think anyone has made it to the center of the Earth. I think I can hold that hostage, that it might be tectonic plates
hollow.
moving.
Go for it, Cat.
Glow is it like
You said something about glowing. You cut out.
I think she said, "Does magma glow?"
I said inside, like when it's inside. Like I know sand that glows outside. Does it glow inside?
Are we going into like quantum physics of like the because we didn't observe it?
No, really, like
No.
astrology. No. That's not what I mean at all. No, I mean literally. Like I'm wondering if when it's inside the Earth, if it glows or not. Like I don't
My
know what
belief
the
is
mechanics
that
of that
the
are.
temperature.
And
My belief is the
Probably.
temperature of that
Mhm.
molten lava would radiate a light, which I think we see like with volcanoes when it comes out roll.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
Oh, that was all. I really
You're
think
fine,
that
Cat.
volcanoes. You're totally fine.
You got a little delay, but I think you're actually clear of the bars now.
Cool. With volcanoes, what? I'm sorry. I'm very
I think
interested.
that volcanoes likely produce some sort of light based on temperature. Only because I think I've observed something
Only when they're
glowing.
erupting.
Yeah, right. But I think just like a cake can fool you and be crust on the top, it could still be liquid underneath.
Right. No, there is definitely still there's like well not under right now right back in places like around 100 for lava flow to cool all the way through. It's still flowing under, but it's not glowing.
I think the thing that I also
Do you hear the screamy cat?
No, sorry, don't.
Sorry.
I think the other thing I believe about magma or lava is that in order to heat it up, it needs to be next to something hotter. And that's always been an interesting piece for me to try to understand how this center of our
Why does it need
Earth
to be next to something hotter?
Just like in order to get to something
could immense
cold.
pressure not cause enough heat without being next to something hotter? It's almost like you think that all thermal heat is created by transference from a greater thermal heat.
You make a good
20 miles from the most active volcano on the planet, and it does not have to be next to something hotter.
So the pressure itself heats up
It's pressure.
something, and then something erupts, and then that pressure is released, so then it cools back down. Is that the
So basically, when the volcano erupts, so there's like several magma chambers in a volcano, right? The magma will start filling up from the center of the earth, in the magma chambers and then yes, when there's enough pressure, the volcano will erupt, and then the lava becomes lava because it's outside of on the outside of the earth. It cools down because it's no longer under pressure.
And so I think that maybe the rotation of the earth or something like that is the reason it's even getting pressure. Like it's kind of like breathing, you know what I'm saying? Like as if it's a whole ecosystem just breathing, and it's absorbing that energy from the sun. So I think that even this whole ecosystem we call planet is all breathing off of that energy coming from a sun. And then there's also planets that are going around in our orbit that are also attributing pressures that are pulling in different directions too. But I would still argue that all the energies are coming to warm these balls up from a sun. So they seem to be a like origin in a lot of cases that I would like argue for.
You're really thinking on your feet, and I commend you for that.
Well, I only explored this idea once with Thrayle, and I've came back to have a furthering conversation with this group. I think you might have even been there too, because you guys were honest and open enough to listen to my nonsense, and I appreciated that. But I think Thrayle told me, he's like, I'm normally not this patient, but today I'll give you the chance. And
Oh my.
so yeah, that's what I came back with. What do you think, Thrayle?
I think you're still reaching for light being the source of everything, the energy, the ball warmer. I feel like there's just a certain desire on your part to make light, or really to make energy mean what you need it to mean in order to have a soul.
So,
Okay.
what?
I think I can follow that. What was that, Kip?
My question would be why? What do you want this to work? You really want this to work.
I'm not getting it. Can you repeat it for her if you can hear more clearly than I can?
I'm not. No, it's every like fifth syllable. Sorry, Kat, but the frogs are coming
Oh, is
through
it too
clear
much?
now, so it might work.
Oh, okay. No, it's okay. Well, that's good. Perfect. Is it working now? Oh, okay.
Yep.
I just can't move my phone at all, apparently. So my question would be in this case, like, why? But why?
Free time. I don't think that. I think why is just a man-made construct to begin with, and us searching for why is something that we just inherently have to do because we have to make ourselves feel like we're more important than we might really be. But that's just my honest
Oh,
opinion
I'm not
about
asking. Wait.
why.
I'm asking. No, I'm asking why you want this.
Because well, I think that's what I'm saying is like because it makes sense for me to make us more relevant than we might actually be. Like it gives us purpose because we're here to experience these things and take back a collective knowledge that assimilates to a greater conscious, like a singular conscious.
It gives us a reason to have a soul and to be important at all.
Right. So, like, what's confusing to me is you can recognize that you're making us more important than we are.
Damn, I
So
really wish
why
I
do you
could hear
want to
what
do
you
that?
said. I couldn't. I really want to hear what you're saying, and
You're
you're
admitting
like,
that you make us more important than we are. So why would you do that on purpose?
I'm trying to outline my bias, to be honest. Like to be honest to the conversation and say my bias would say that we're trying to make the reason I think of things is because I need to make them make sense to me. And so in the process of making sense it makes to me, I can challenge that with other people like you and assimilate maybe a better idea or change directions wholly if it's completely invalidated.
Right, but like from what I'm hearing here is that like you understand that what you're doing is trying to make sense of this whole existence. And you're doing it in a way that makes it seem like we are more important than we likely are. And you recognize all these things. So if you can recognize these things, like you know this inside your brain, then and does it give you some comfort or some like better feeling, like if you have a thought that we are more important than we are? Like, is that why?
Well, I mean, typically the argument would be like about like I believe this thing because someone told me to believe it, and like, or an argument of like I read it in a book that we found that had a lot of stories in it that are validatable with geography for like 4,000 years, or like there's something that's like completely like manifestable through like storytelling. It's just more like 10,000 feet above. If you're looking down at a galaxy, what's happening is there's just these things that are working together and doing things, and we want to feel as though like we could potentially like stir the planet this way or stir the planet that way. We're so, like we want to control things. So
But
I think
why do we want that?
if it's our design to be that type of worker being for whatever our intended purpose might be, or function might be, or how we impact everything around us might be, we're here to create that effect. And it fits with just getting up and going and doing something as a cyclical being. Like, we need cycles, we need routines. If we don't have these cycles, these perpetuators, we like die off and become flaccid. Like it just, like, it makes sense that we have to constantly do work and constantly be doing something. So we do it because it's what we do. No different than like a fish swimming through water. It just does it because that's what it does. But we could try to make meaning of that fish and say if that fish didn't eat the plankton, then it wouldn't, and work up the food chain. But that's us.
Does this give you meaning? Does this like idea, this hypothesis give you meaning?
Well, it's my second time talking about it with other people.
Mm-hmm. I am not at all like shitting on it. I'm just trying to like understand.
I accepted the challenge. Like, I accepted the challenge to challenge my beliefs. And this is a belief that I've had for a while. And, like, I've thought about it, not depth, but like when I like was late at one night and jumped in want to hear with Thrayle, and it was like late at night, and I was just kind of like throwing this shit out there, and he made my ass think. So I was like, all right, I'm actually think about this, challenge accepted all the way through. But beyond this, acknowledge or like investigative journey here, like, I'm not using this information to control my daily life right now.
Right, but like,
it.
Does like having this like thing like just kind of there, this idea that you've been working on, this thing, that is it like comforting, or does it give you some sort of purpose, or like why have you been like working on this idea, or why do you do like further investigation of this?
Why do I manifest it? It broke up, sorry.
Or why do you like continue to work on this idea, or like pursue it, like is it here we are, what are the benefits, like what is this giving you, what is this doing for you?
I mean, by asking another person about it and engaging with it, and I guess I don't mean to, I just realized what I was about to say. In addition to it being entertaining, it's educational. I just wanted you to feel as though like this is like some entertainment, like for some people it is, or some people might take it very seriously, but I don't want to offend anyone, but like I'm entertaining my mind by exercising with other intelligent people about a crazy idea that I had. And, it's more or less just opening up to a world of crazy.
Does it matter to you if it's true or not?
Well, if I harden this opinion, then there's a good chance that I'll include it into how I interact with the world around me. But like, I have to accept it first. Right now I'm in this discovery hypothesis poking, and it's not a hardened opinion, just a belief that has like kind of been there. So like, if I really believe that this is in actuality how it's all working, I think that it would be like a logical positive for me to want to go to work and do things because I'm a part of something better.
Move on to a new guest, but I do want
So
to make sure that I thank Philly Red, Heather's Descent, Danny Grax, Saints, and Amoria for helping with our previous gift goal. Go ahead, Kat.
Is there a question that I usually ask that you thought I was going to ask? Because I think I'm good, if not.
no, he's ready to move on.
I was just saying.
No, I know, but
I thought you might.
oh no, I'm just not on mute. Sorry, that's my bad. No, I think I'm okay for now. But if you form more about this, I would be interested to see how this evolves over time.
I appreciate it. Thanks for your time, folks.
Appreciate you, Tracer.
Yep.
Keep
take care.
asking questions. And if anybody else does have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, really, if you're open to questioning your beliefs, there might be a distinction there, and it might be an important one. Well, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or tear you down. I don't want to prove your gods don't exist. I just want to know if you even can question your beliefs. I wonder.
Hello, Saints.
Good evening.
Hello, Saints.
We were talking about later in the Discord, on the Discord.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I'm ever going to finish that because I have like an aversion to watching videos, but I did watch the first 20 minutes to at least get a feel for it.
You got the gist of it. Kat has been there for me a lot the past couple days, and I really appreciate it. Like even just talking to me while I'm down and recovering so I don't get depressed and stuff. It's just helped a lot, Kat. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah, absolutely. I think you are smart and fascinating and hilarious and wonderful, and I enjoy talking to you.
Oh, I find you much the same, my dear. And once I saw a picture of you too, I was like, oh my gosh, her inner beauty shows outwardly so much too. I was a little intimidated, if I'm honest.
I have been told in the past that I am intimidating, but I don't try to be. I don't mean to
No,
be.
I
I
don't
think
mean it
that's
as an
part of it.
insult at all. You're
Yeah,
just
no, I know.
powerful. You're just very powerful.
She's the scary one when she's on panel.
Okay, look, somebody told me that I was the scary one. They told me that they come up here 3 times and that they told me they'd come up here 3 times and they got scared was the time I was there.
Interesting. I've never felt afraid of you. Philly's questions, though, whenever she's like, and she chimes in when she hasn't chimed in a while, I'm like, oh boy, I gotta brace myself. Because her questions, they will call you out, man. They will make you think.
Yes, they will.
We had a question in the questionnaire one morning. Me, Thrayle, and Philly like questioned each other, and after that, like I was like, I'm not sitting in the hot seat again for a while. I don't want to be questioned again. It took a couple weeks. You didn't hear that, did you? I don't know why. It's like fine, and then it's not. It's been raining.
No, we did. I was just enjoying the relate to that statement. But the thing is, well, and I thought too, was like, even though we get put in the hot seat and we're asking each other these really hard, difficult questions, I really do feel it's with genuine sincerity and even some love of humanity. And I wouldn't come back if I didn't feel that way. And I'm like, even though that's not always a fun place to be, it's an amazing place to be because of the genuine connection and caring that seems to come from these other people.
That is
pretty
God.
incredible to me.
That's it. It's that
That's
right there.
God. That's it.
The hot seat is God.
No.
Yeah,
The
that's God.
grace you find in the hot seat is God. Just kidding.
The genuine connection that you have, that we have with each other when we are in that place, that genuine like caring connection and like thoughts, and that's what Saints just said there. That's what I was talking about. That's what I meant.
You know, I agree with that. Like my denomination, our gospel set aside, I agree. That's where God is. God is like I always love from V for Vendetta. God is in the rain. It's he's in the in-between of what you're feeling through all of your experiences and those moments when you choose how you're going to process things and choose what you're going to do next. The exogenous source that affects how you are going to handle those things next. That's God. God is in the rain.
It does have a certain deepity quality to it. God is the in-between the emotions. God is the rain. God is the connection we feel to one another when we show empathy. But is God also the connection we feel when we show our malice? Is God also the
Probably,
when we
yeah.
show wrath? Yeah, I'm going to say actually, yeah, because I believe that God created evil. So, yeah. And my religion teaches, you know, the God of this world is Satan. And so
right.
Yeah.
But if God is the malice we show and the love, if God is the rain and the hail, if God is the erupting volcano and the gentle grass, just refer to those things as what those things are, and where within them is the actual God. What is consistent that need be called God?
The feeling.
Yeah, the feeling. Or, you know, I believe that
God is a feeling.
Well, kind of. I want to expand on that because I believe that he has a body of
one specific feeling.
I believe God has a body of flesh and bone. And I believe that as I have expressed a relationship that I have with him, there are feelings you enjoy from other people that you keep close to you, good, bad, and ugly. And that feeling that Kat is talking about, that specific feeling, is as I become more familiar with it, when I make good, bad, ugly decisions in my life and consequences, I feel I'm becoming more and more acquainted with God through that feeling. That's how I'm building a relationship with God. The more acquainted I become with those feelings, the more I talk to him about it, the more I believe or choose to believe that he is also doing something about what I'm feeling, maybe what he's feeling on his end of that.
He is feeling what he is.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, hang on. Let me get to the end. How is that anything but projection of what you feel outward? Just
that's 100% accurate. It would be projection. It's all speculation and projection. You bet. No one can. I don't assume to know what God is thinking. What's that?
I said, how dare you agree with me?
I mean, I try to understand God. In what way? Why? Like, because I'm taught he's a father figure, and I'm like, oh, the one mixed up shitty dad, right? And as I try to understand that in a regular relationship, with the way that quote unquote he communicates with his children, you know, within the Christian mindset, how is he speaking to me individually? How do I know it's not just my own brain telling me these things are a chemical, or if it's something projected? And even if it is, let's say it's not something projected and I'm conceiving something that is his feeling as well. There's just so much unknown there. There's so many layers in that damn sandwich. But yeah, the projection, I think discerning between the projection and what is really real, if it is real. Yeah, that's the trick. But I cannot deny that I agree with Kat that the feeling that you get when you are making those decisions in the rain, that specific feeling is a feeling I only get and I can only attribute to God. And I say that as in, like, when I believe one day I'll see his face again and he'll know me by my name, all that. Okay. And we come to this meeting of familiarity and I'm going to fall on my knees and worship. The feeling that will be there is that feeling. Or that feeling that I will feel coming from him will be that feeling. Otherwise, I'll say, well, yep, you were dishonest through everything, as dishonest as, I wondered and speculated. Where do we go from here? So,
if there is a feeling.
Yeah. If that feeling is accurate to, if what we're saying is true.
I said if there is a feeling there.
Oh, if there's one at all.
Matter of fact about everything all the time, Sames. I love that about you.
Can you say that one more time, Kat?
She said she loves that you're matter of fact about it.
I mean, I can try. I said,
oh.
Yeah.
What do you mean that I'm matter of fact? Oh, that I believe this is the way. And my mind can be changed, but once I believe it is one way, then that's just matter of fact for me, or what?
No, it's just like you're like, well, if that's it, then that's it, and that's it. That's what it is. Or you're like, and like you're so, you're like, Thrayle said, if there is no feeling, and you said, oh, well, then there's no feeling.
Oh no, what I meant was, if there is no feeling, that would be interesting if there's no feeling in that meeting. That's a big what if. And if you don't feel anything in that meeting, what you anticipated to or didn't anticipate to, what do you do? I know what you mean, though. Yeah.
You just take things for what they are, and I like that. Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate it. Well, I'm someone who likes to be in control. If you want to continue to be in control of yourself and things you can control, you do need to assess what can I stay in control of and what can I not, without driving yourself crazy.
As someone who likes to be in control, how do you reconcile that with submission to a God?
Because it's my choice whether or not I submit to him.
So your control in that situation is whether or not to submit. Otherwise,
or to rebel, or to do nothing.
Is there any use in doing anything in relation to a God if it is so powerful? How will your actions, your attitudes change, dissuade, or alter it in any way?
Alter what in any way?
The God.
Him?
Is rebelling if it
rebelling doesn't do anything, but it sucks. And let him know that I'm mad about it. It doesn't do much else. But with what I believe with, promises that God and I have with each other is that if I do hold up my end of the bargain, so will he. And I believe that God is restricted by laws that make him God. And what allows him to bless or curse me is, whether those laws are being followed by me too. And so if I want good things to come from that God, then, I need to hold up my end of the promise. Now, whether or not it affects him or changes him, I don't know. I can't see, I can't tell. When I make wrong choices on purpose and rebellion against him, then it does disable him from being able to send me more good blessings. because of the laws he has to follow. I call myself saint, and that's not an accident. It's quite bold, especially in the Christian denominations, to declare yourself as a saint. But I do believe that through my good actions that are done in my name, in Christ's name, in God's name, whatever, does make me a saint. And that accolade means something to God as well. So I wear kind of like a prefix stamp where I have a gold star because of my good works as well. So I parade that with my
like you bought your way
name
in
as a
already.
saint. Say that again.
Like you bought your way in already.
I've done enough to earn the title of saint if I were to go tomorrow.
How do you know that?
Oh, things outlined by the LDS gospel, like I've been through the temple. And
so according to LDS doctrine, according
Yeah.
to Joseph Smith and the people who agreed with him,
yes, and then also
then you would be a saint by their standards.
Correct. Yeah. I guess when I stand in front of him too, I can say, I'm wearing my scarf that says across my chest that says, you can rip this off me or tell me, well done. God can, is what I mean, my audience with him. Based on my actions.
How do you know the standards of LDS sainthood will live up to the standards of God's?
Oh, belief and hope.
Go ahead, Kat.
Do you think audience with God is going? How do you think that audience with God is going? How do you picture that going?
Thrayle, what'd she say?
I missed the last part about the audience with God. How do you?
Yeah, something about the audience with God. Try again, Kat.
How do you think that's going to go? Like, if you sure it, how to go?
Oh, like if I got hit by a bus tomorrow and that audience with God happens. Right now, well, that's the ultimate thing. I try to live my life in a way so that when and if that time comes sooner rather than later, according to my faith and what I believe you taught me. What is your judgment? And I will accept it. And right now, I think it's a very loving meeting of seeing a God and a Heavenly Father that I have missed, whose face I've forgotten, and being very thankful for the grace of a Messiah to make up the difference for my mistakes, and us talking about, what my body will be like moving forward into the eternities and what I am and am not capable of according to my good works, where I'll be living, who it's with, things like that. And hopefully I won't be disappointed in myself if I didn't do enough because I'm trying to get into that highest egregor, that highest heaven that we talk about, right, in the LDS church. I hope that if I'm in a lower one, I'm not disappointed with myself. I hope that I'm somewhere that I will be happy forever. And but I look forward to that meeting with both anticipation of being happy to see him again and also some anger and having some questions answered. I want to see my Heavenly Mother. I have questions about my body, whether or not I consented to this meat suit before I came down, because it was riddled with issues that made me have crisis of faith. And then some of the actions of God that are documented in the Bible, the things that he did.
You want to see the manager when you get there.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to be happy with everyone and invite them to sit down for coffee and cake. And then I want some questions answered. You bet. I'm hoping that's how that meeting will go.
Do you think that God answers questions?
You bet. I say that from faith-based immortal claiming to be a saint on earth.
Why
I
would
think he will,
questions?
Why would he answer questions? Well, if he's my Heavenly Father, he's supposed to also be a teacher. And so I'll say it in the context of teach me. Or the Savior can teach me. He's the master teacher. So either way to get those questions answered. Yeah, I believe he does want to answer our questions and do everything we can to fulfill our knowledge to be the best we can so we can become like him. He wants that for us and for himself. His glory grows as ours grows. So it's self-motivated for him as well.
Why do you think that?
Because I've been taught that. There's no evidence to prove that by any means. Just that's a teaching that I just choose to believe.
Do you
that
have
I like,
any
that I want to
reason
believe
it?
Do I have what?
Any reason to believe it other than you have been taught?
That I want to. That sounds very appealing to me. All of it. To become like him. Mostly out of the aspect of being able to continue to have children. I really want, we know this, but for people in the chat who don't know, my greatest desire is to be a mother, and I have not recognized that blessing yet in the traditional sense, and it's what I want more than anything. So
I hope you get that.
Thank you. Thankfully, I do have a positive attitude. And yeah, when things are laid out, like you say, like, well, this is how it is. Okay, how do we move forward with a way that can bring us happiness? And I say us because it's not just me, but the people around me that I love too. So we'll just do our best and see where the chips fall. A lot of these things that I choose to continue to believe in, it is for comfort. It is, the benefits are just for me. And I like that you put my question at the bottom now. What is the cost? And the cost is that I have a loud voice in my community and I'm a squeaky wheel. And when I emulate things that the LDS Church emulates, that also means the negative things, because the LDS Church does harm. And it can mean some hurt to other human beings. That is one big negative cost that is on my radar that I am working with to evaluate and see what I can do to try to change that, so that I may emulate more good than the hurt and the bad. And that may change my position later as time goes on in my actions.
Why I sit up here?
Go on.
Do you know why I sit up here and ask people questions?
Go on, why?
Because of a Mormon that I met one time, mostly.
Really?
Because he had dedicated, he had dedicated his life to the church, and he became a bishop, and shortly thereafter, he found out about all the not truth that Joseph Smith had perpetuated, and it broke him in a way I had never seen another human being broken. But he was still a part of this. I met him many years after this happened, but he his hood or whatever you call it, and he was still a member of the church because it was so ingrained in him that he didn't know a way out, and it was destroying him. And I felt it was one of the saddest encounters of my life, and I thought, like, there has to be, like, this cannot be stood for, and this is my way of trying to help those people, not just Mormons, anybody, right? But I think this is so important.
I hear you. Thankfully, I do have a way out when and if I want to.
I'm glad, and I know you do, and I'm glad you do it. You handle all the things better than that person. It breaks my heart.
You're cutting in and out so much, Kat, and I feel so bad because you're saying something so heartfelt.
It's okay.
Will you tell me later in the Discord?
I was saying that you handle all. I will, yeah.
Cool. The help that we were getting our friend the other night is the same way as well. He needs a way out, and I am trying to help provide him one. I want to hear more about what you were just telling me, though, Kat, about your friend and more about what he went through.
I would too. If
I
Kat
will
had
tell
a
you
signal.
that story. Actually, we'll find it very interesting. Oh,
Still,
there are.
There you are.
Still okay. Oh, so I can't tell that story in its entirety in detail on TikTok, but I will tell you in Discord.
Well, in our audience that we are here to question beliefs. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you're open to having your beliefs questioned, that is what we're doing. Not here to debate or tell you that you're wrong or burgle your god. Although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it, if you can even question your beliefs. And saints, I have so many questions about your beliefs, even though I know many of the answers. I wonder if do you hold to the beliefs in the doctrines and teachings of your denomination in order to maintain the denomination and maintain good standing? So that
some of it, yes. Some of that is true. A lot of it is out of convenience.
Convenience.
Yeah, because it's what is already in my head, what's been indoctrinated in me. It's easy to rely on and sit on.
But to call them beliefs, are they acceptances that the things are true?
Some of them, yeah, many of them.
And accepting those as truths, do you consider that you might be wrong?
Yes.
Do you consider it more likely that you could be wrong?
More now than I used to. Someone actually expressed to me recently, we've got LDS temples booming up all over the world. And in Utah as well, too, because if we need some more here. And the open houses will happen, and I work security, and I'll help volunteer with them. And then I go and I also worship and participate in temple worship ceremonies. And somebody said to me recently, you look around at what we're doing in here, and if you don't believe in it, the things we're doing and have meaningful emotional ties to the symbols that we use, it's all pretty preposterous, isn't it? I'm like, 100%. This is asinine. Okay. And so there have been times when I'm in there during the worship, since I had that conversation with that man, where I look, because it'll be seen as preposterous to myself. But then when I put in that feeling that is God, that, Kat and I were talking about earlier, I revert back to that other feeling of true worship and belief that this is real and this is it. Now, a lot of that I'm learning from reading some books about deconstruction. That is me reverting back to the safe place of my brain with being indoctrinated. It's the same place that it could be, even if it was all true. And that is something I'm thinking about now. That's kind of where I'm at with that. Now that I know that, where do I go from here? So I'm still learning and growing, but that's kind of where I'm at with that.
My friend, last time I was in Utah, we were hanging out, and he told me all about going through the temple, and it is absolutely preposterous.
It's pretty crazy. Like, I think it's really interesting when people say that Mormons are closed-minded. I'm like, do you know what we do for our rituals
The
and
hoops
ceremonies?
you have to jump through, like
almost figuratively, or I mean, almost literally, not figuratively.
almost.
Like you have to, yeah, be really open-minded to be a Mormon. Give me a break.
Hello, Blake. How are you doing today?
Good evening, everybody. Doing pretty good. How are y'all doing?
Good. Except for, I think I'm gonna run out of string with one eye left to stitch on this little ghosty that I'm stitching, and that's annoying because then I have to rethread the needle just for one eye.
Are you crocheting something or sewing something?
I'm embroidering.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Saints, I did have a couple questions that I was thinking about. You were talking about the temples popping up everywhere. How do you square like the impact that the Mormon Church has on like the indigenous community and the cultural erasure that like the belief system has built into it about the origins of indigenous people?
There's a gal in the LDS community online here on TikTok that I knew for a couple years. She went by the name Smile, and she was a convert to the church, and she grew up in a reservation, full-blooded, all of that, and she exposed the good, the bad, and the ugly about a lot of the things about the church and those who are indigenous to any country. And I had no idea about it before, and learned some of the ugliness that the history of the church has. Having participated in the building and the dedication of one or two temples now, and learning like where all the symbolism for each temple comes from. But for those who don't know, the temples they all have the same functionality, but they're decorated differently, and it usually has to do with indigenous plants and things and events to the area, including culture and tribes and major historic events, et cetera, et cetera. And so some of it, I'm like, this is really bold of the LDS Church just to assume, but am I getting too trigger happy with wanting to harp on them because in politics, everyone likes to talk about cultural appropriation, blah, blah, blah. Or is this truly the church celebrating that any and all cultures can be brought in and seen and respected and loved under, the LDS gospel? Those are the thoughts and feelings I'm having about them so far. Now, when it comes to a lot of factual history of what happened with indigenous people in the state of Utah, I know quite a bit about that only because I've been here my whole life and I've been taught about it. But some of that has just been exposed to me the past couple of years about how the church works with folks who are indigenous to any country. Does that answer your question?
Well, even so you don't consider the taking of by a group of white people a bunch of indigenous symbols and history and using it as decoration on their temples. You don't see that as cultural appropriation?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it.
Do you think that an organization that has so much of the history about these people groups wrong can appropriately take on their like symbology and a history in a way that is not disrespectful to them, even though they've already been so disrespectful to these groups by appropriating so much of their culture into
I
the
think those things can always be changed, and updated if leadership goes and talks to those groups and they're able to figure something out. There's always a more positive way forward. Here's the thing, lots of groups and parties in this world right now, whether or not it has to do with the church, want apologies and want reparations. And the truth is they don't even actually want reparations. They just want to be mad. And so I think there are a lot of groups and a lot of parties that the church has reached out to and said, we need to make things right because one, we screwed up, and two, we love everyone and want to give any assistance to any group that wants, anything, needs assistance with something. How do you feel about branching, with us on this culturally? Okay. And there are groups that are willing to talk with them. And then there are groups that just want to be mad. And I think those groups that just want to be mad need to just sit down and be quiet and let us worship the way we want to worship.
What groups are you saying just want to be mad?
Wrong lie for that. I'm not going to get into that.
I would also ask if they have a right to just be mad.
Here's the thing. I don't, that's fine. If they want to be mad, that's their choice. But when people, like you just asked, say, well, what if the church, is there a way forward? Or, would there be a good thing? If the church wanted to make reparations and make changes so that things didn't offend people, is there a way to do that? Would they do that? Okay. And the answer is yes. I don't know that it's wrong necessarily for a group of people to be mad about things that have happened. But I feel like whether or not the church extended a hand saying, let's make things right, there's someone that's going to be mad. I don't know how to phrase this. I'm so sorry.
Are the groups that the church harmed obligated to accept reconciliation in the way that the church wants, or even ever?
No, but once the church has extended that hand, sit down, be quiet. You can be mad, but sit down, be quiet. You've expressed yourselves. We've tried to make reparations. Sit down, be quiet. Or don't be mad when nobody gives you a good response or tries to oil the greasy wheel when we've tried to do something about it.
What if the way the church tried to respond to give reparations wasn't the way that group of people wanted to be?
Yeah, that seems to contradict what you just said.
I mean,
but how can they continue the conversation if you want them to sit down and be quiet?
Okay, there's a difference between just continuing to be mad and bitch and bitch and bitch and continuing the conversation. And I'm saying if they just want to bitch and bitch and not, that could be a problem. But if they want to continue to have a conversation, by all means.
Do you think that it would be more productive for the church to just try to reconcile in the way that the harmed group wants to reconcile than to come at them and try to try to reconcile in the way the church wants to?
Yeah,
right. So like, what if? So then that's on the church, not on the group of people.
Well, I agree.
Because if somebody wronged me and then came to me with a reconciliation that was just not what I deemed acceptable, and I had made what I deemed acceptable clear, then I would also just continue to be mad and yell and bitch.
Let me put it this way then, because you're absolutely right, and that would be a better approach. Let me put it this way. Let's say that the group gets the reparations they want from the church, and then they continue to bitch. That's where I have a problem.
Has that happened?
Yep.
They've gotten reparations that they requested to completion, and they're still.
And then they still. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, I can only speak to this with full experience on something that happened on a local level here in Salt Lake City. And I am a precinct chair of my caucus in the Republican Party. And so I am not going to speak about those details until I'm no longer in office.
If harm was ever done to the group, don't they have a right to continue to talk about that harm? Like, I just have to say that, like, the telling people to sit down and shut up is real cold.
I agree. And I said it that way on purpose. So let's say that reparations are made and like there's the people want to continue to talk about it. People have a right to grieve when bad things happen to them, unjust things, making a memorial, doing appropriate things moving forward in action to assist with their grief and make sure the world does not forget that this happened and make sure this doesn't happen again. And maybe even do that hand in hand with the church. I can understand further action and further words being said about it in the right way. But if they criminalize and continue to point a negative finger and bite back the way they initially did, if it was in a negative and just awful way before reparations were made, that is what I am talking about.
Does pointing out injustice cause harm?
Pointing out injustice? No, I don't believe so. No, I think it can only lead that if you don't point out an injustice, then how can you begin the conversation or road to healing?
Is it possible that the wronged group feels that they are continuing to point out injustice? What do you determine?
I mean, in other situations that could be happening. They continue to just say like no reparations have been made. They go on as if nothing has happened. Total gaslighting.
They say that no reparations have been made?
No, they admit reparations have been made. They act like they haven't.
What do you think is the appropriate way to act after there have been reparations?
In ways that are not harmful to other people. What they're saying and doing, their actions are harmful to others and to themselves. Move forward with other actions that are appropriate within your grief. To move on and move forward from those things instead of continuing the hurt, the cycle.
Can you delineate, can you describe what is it that is harmful about continuing to be angry about injustice?
I mean, just being angry, I can't speak to that, but what you do about that anger. Okay,
can if you somebody say what they're doing? Because
no, I can't. I won't. I can, but I'm not going to.
Okay, because I've heard you say they continue to be angry, but I'm not hearing.
Well, and you're right. That's the wrong way to put it. They continue to express themselves based on that anger in ways that are harmful to themselves and others. There's nothing wrong with being angry. Be angry. It's an acceptable, valid emotion when major shit goes down. But what you do with that, that's what matters.
I understand that you don't want to give any more specifics. At this point, saying that be angry, but just don't do harm.
Yeah. I guess that's what I mean by sit down, be quiet, quit doing harm. Blake, is what I mean.
I'm gonna cut through the tension here just for a moment and say thank you to Spooky and Danny Grex. Thank you to Robert, and also If These Walls Could Talk, and Donna B. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you.
Do you understand that part of the growing pains of recovering from colonialism, kind of like some of that is turned inward and outward in unhealthy ways? And that it is more compassionate to understand that that's part of the process, or to tell them to sit down and shut up?
Oh, that's a shortcoming on my part, certainly, to tell them to sit down and shut up instead of saying, let us go hand in hand and work this out together because you can express yourself. A lot of that of me saying, sit down, be quiet, is my own personal frustration with the situation. Because your statement is absolutely correct. Far more humane, far more if we want to talk about Christianity, Christ-like.
Do they also have the right to want to continue on without the LDS as part of their
Yeah, you bet.
community?
Yeah.
Do you think that it's appropriate that a wronged party doesn't have to work with the party that did the wrong?
Yeah, that's totally fine. I'm saying it's an option if you wanted to do it with the assistance of or side by side with the other sheriffs. But if they're like, hey, we're done, we don't want anything to do, that's or just a neutral. Nothing's wrong. There's no wrong way to do it except if you continue to cause harm. Do it any which way.
Do you think that the LDS church is continuing to cause harm?
Oh yeah, and that's a party I like to call out regularly as well, from within.
Do you think that the LDS Church has shown empathy and understanding along with the reparations that you say have been made?
Oh, not enough. I mean, in some situations, some yes, but not enough. But I criminalize the church as much as any other party.
Does it make any sense? Does it make sense to you that a group is still going to feel angry? And they're still going to want to?
I've answered that question, to be fair. Sorry. I've answered it a couple of times.
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Oh, it's okay. Basically, I don't mind if people continue to feel angry. There's nothing wrong with feeling angry. It's a normal, valid, correct feeling. Ask your question again, Philly.
Do you think that it makes sense that when a group of people don't feel understood, don't feel empathized with, that they are going to continue to feel angry and act out of that anger?
Well, certainly.
Do you think that the LDS Church could behave in different ways to mitigate the situation?
Yes. I'm a big advocate asking for it.
Then why make those that have been victimized be the ones that need to sit down and shut up?
Oh, no, I'm perfectly fine to point the finger at the church and say, sit down, be quiet. I'll do it to anybody. I've done it to anybody, including the church.
Do you think that there's a greater responsibility to call out the powerful than it is to call out those that have been harmed?
Your actions are your own. One doesn't... No, they're equal.
Do you think that... I'm curious about that. I'm curious about the idea that you wouldn't think that more accountability is required of those who have more power.
I think it depends on the action that was made. Oh, let me put it this way, Philly, of why I feel that way. I agree with the sentiment, the church leadership has more responsibility, with great power comes great responsibility, okay? To do better and to do right. However, I think everyone, no matter what level they're at, is accountable and should be held responsible for their actions. And that's what's equal. So just because it's, church leadership against, let's say a small group of people that are victims, that doesn't mean the actions of the victims are somehow more correct or more okay, their wrongdoings, than church leadership.
Is
Do you
it?
think that,
Or isn't it?
No.
do you think that in the public eye, the group that has been victimized is being held to account to the same degree or less than the LDS Church?
Oh, I don't know. Because, I mean, the only way that's really been held in the public eye is the media, and the media is so corrupt on all sides. It's hard to know. I think asking something from the public eye is an unfair stance. There's no way to truly gauge that or get an honest answer out of that or perceive it.
How do you know if one group is being held accountable to the same?
It involves how intimately you are involved in the situation to see those things come to fruition or not. Now, with this one instance that I'm mostly relaying to, I do know a lot of the ins and outs, and I've seen the accountability be held. My vocabulary is terrible tonight because of medicine, but most instances, I think the only one that can truly see any of that is the one with the bird's eye view, and that's God, right? No one can actually truly know.
Do you think that God has a responsibility to bring the truth to light as the only one with a bird's eye view?
I do. I don't. Yeah, I do.
Today or someday?
Someday.
Why not today?
Boy, I'm glad I'm a grunt at the bottom of the ladder that says I'm glad I don't have to worry about that because I'm not the one in charge. I'm still learning how to master telling somebody else whether or not to sit down and be quiet because that's not a great stance of a way to, relate with one another. Who am I to say, well, I think God ought to do this sooner rather than later. Now, that being said, earlier, Philly, and the conversation we were having, I talked about how when I get to a meeting with God, I've got, Thrayle put it really well, I want to see the manager. There's some questions I want answered that I'm unhappy about. And some of those things have to do with, the injustices that I've witnessed or that have happened to me or people I love. And so if he's not answering my injustices or righting them right now, why would he do it for others? He's got his fit because that's the way it is. Like, there's something I can't change about that. So I'm not going to stress over something I can't control.
It sounds a little bit like might makes right. Would you agree with that?
Light makes right?
Might, like might, the strength, the power. If you have the power, then you are in the right.
No. I definitely do not believe that.
Okay. When you say that you can't do anything about it, so you don't worry about it.
I guess it's not something I stress about. Like, I wish I could hold God accountable for this right now. I just don't know how far that's going to get you. When I have lived life that way, it's led to darkness and other bad places.
It feels like you're powerless.
Yeah. But realizing, okay, so if I can't persuade him, God, then what can I at least do about it? Like, learn to not point the finger and say, sit down, be quiet. And then what can I do for those who are affected? That would be right.
It sounds to me like you're trying to take back your statement about sit down and be quiet.
No, because it's something I've done before and something I would do again. It's just an example of a human trying to learn to do their best when we all screw up all the time with, we can solve all the world's problems with all these words, but then when it comes to action, we, have our shortcomings and do wrong, and it gets in the way of justice or right being brought about, at least by other people. So I'm just bringing it up in a realistic way because that's what happens.
Is there a phrase that you think might better describe your frustrations and your expectations for right behavior from the victimized group than sit down and shut up?
Yeah, so we've discussed that.
What is the better?
How can we move forward? How can we move forward in ways that are not harmful to ourselves and others with the angry feelings that we feel? Do you want us to help you? Do you want to do it on your own? Please go and do it in a non-destructive way.
What is it that's being destructed?
I'm not going into it. Sorry.
That's fair.
It feels like there are details included in your opinion that you're not willing to go into.
It has to do with political parties and how things are dealt with on the political level within Salt Lake City in the state, and things that happen here because of it.
Do you think that there's an acknowledgement, or even if there isn't a public acknowledgement, there is a private understanding that the behavior of the victimized group is causing harm? Or do you think they would disagree with that statement?
They have disagreed with the statement.
Okay. So
that's what's so frustrating. We're at an impasse a little bit with them.
What makes your position correct around what is harmful and what is not harmful, and their position about what is harmful and what is not harmful incorrect?
I'm thinking. I guess to answer that question, I would have to believe that the destruction that they're causing, it would be subjective of whether or not it's actually destructive. And I just don't see that. I'm saying I'm on the right side because anyone who wants destructive behavior to stop is right. And that's where I'm at.
And would the victimized group say that they are doing destructive behavior? Or yes. Would they be contentious with that?
They know they're doing it. They've said that they know that they are doing destructive behavior. They feel validated and justified in it.
They're destroying something that needs destroying, or they're destroying something that is harmful.
Something that is harmful
in their eyes.
Something that is harmful in my eyes. Like, it's not something that or should be abolished. It's just something they need to stop doing. That's destructive.
So the church doesn't think that they need to stop, but the victimized group thinks it needs to stop?
No, it's not the church's behavior that's destructive that I'm talking about. It's this other small party. They are doing destructive behavior, and it needs to stop, and they know that it does, and they've admitted that it's destructive and wrong, and they don't care. They're going to continue to do it anyway.
Do they give any justification for that?
Because the reparations are not enough, we're just entitled to it.
So if you could steel man the victimized party's position, how would you represent their beliefs?
Can't without going into details, at least not easily.
Sure.
And I do feel this does detract from the prompt a bit. Like, I'm happy to continue to talk about this maybe in the Discord, and there I would be able to give more public details so we could discuss this more, but I think maybe we should get back to the prompt about beliefs rather than this political thing that's happening.
I have one more question, but Thrayle, if and of course, Saints, you never have to answer a question that is posed to you. You have the right to choose not to at any point. But Thrayle, if you want me to stop asking questions, I will stop. Thrayle, if you want me to stop asking questions, I will stop.
If it's all right, we could do one more question and then we'll bring up a new guest. If Saints is okay with that.
Ask.
I wonder, not knowing the details of the case, if and I could be completely off base because I don't know, but do you think that the victimized group might say as their position the reparations that have been offered and accepted more is owed to create better restitution, and so we, the victimized party, are going to continue to do this damaging behavior to force those in power, the LDS Church, to address our complaint? Might they say something like that?
I mean, yeah, that's exactly noble of them. At all. It's just the answer has been given.
Except for the destruction, in your opinion.
I wish, that the conversation could happen without the destruction that goes with it.
Mm-hmm.
Is the destruction personal or property?
Both. For the sake, let's say that this is hard because it involves religion, but to better answer your question, we're going to say property. Blake, sorry, fix that.
Intellectual property or like physical property?
Say that again.
Intellectual property or physical property?
Physical.
Okay.
Anyone who wants to talk more about this, I have time tomorrow or when it's convenient for people in the Discord, because these are conversations I do want to continue to have, because what is the good of being a squeaky wheel and calling attention to things within the church if you don't talk to people who are smarter than you and know what they're talking about to assist? Like, that's what I'm looking for. I know I've been a bit defensive tonight. Some of that is because I'm being pushed to share details I don't feel comfortable sharing with in this setting. However, I think once that barrier is broken, we could really get somewhere. And so I appreciate the questions and any help that's offered when we talk about it later in the Discord. For the sake of the live, that's why I want to get back to the prompt, not because I'm running away from the subject.
I appreciate you. Definitely not the beliefs you thought you were going to have questioned, I'm sure. but I appreciate you answering questions nonetheless. And let's see if we do have a guest in queue, maybe wanting to have their beliefs questioned. If anybody. Nope. Two Q ghosts both disappeared as soon as I accept power, or anything like that. If you are able to question your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or tell you that you're wrong. I don't want to burgle your God. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then what is your belief? And why do you believe it?
You know, Philly, we were just talking about how difficult it is to be in the hot seat when Philly's the one asking questions.
You were talking about that before I showed up?
We were, yeah.
Oh,
Case
no.
in point. And what did she do before she started?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Is that a bad thing?
No, you ask fantastic questions. You do the
Yep.
thing that we're trying to do. You make like we were talking about that, and I was saying, yeah, there was one day where me and Thrayle and Philly were all kind of like questioning each other for a while, and like Philly made me step out of the hot seat for like weeks afterwards after she asked me questions.
I can be like a dog with a bone.
You ask fantastic questions.
I appreciate it when people choose to engage with it. As you did, Saints.
Yeah, I appreciate the place you guys are coming from and the instruction that I'm getting here to learn to change and be better so that we can be successful and more unifying in these conversations. Things are only going to change if people are willing to change and willing to have these conversations and reach out and say things like what Blake was saying, like, do you really think that behavior is going to get you in a good place? Like, people need to have ears open enough to hear.
I would also look into what is cultural appropriation, why it is harmful, because it is pretty black and white what it is. If you are struggling to pull the trigger when you see it, you need to define it better. And there are aspects within the doctrine themselves that are culturally appropriative, and there is no way for that to not be harmful.
You and I should continue this conversation about that then. See, this kind of teaching, this is what needs to happen. People just need to take a chill pill so they can be less defensive and have these conversations, or nothing will change.
I don't know if a chill pill is required to have. Because I think I can have a lot of non-chill in a discussion where I'm still able to rationally discuss and question
I think I mean more members like me that are really scared of being open and vulnerable and taught to fear those conversations and stuff. I think that's kind of more who I mean. Maybe it's a note for myself. Keep taking a chill pill.
You're recognizing that putting the defenses up hinders the conversation.
Does.
Mm-hmm. And if your defenses are up, it's okay.
Take them down.
It's okay. It's okay to put them down just for a few minutes for a conversation in good faith, that where we try to be respectful if you're able to question your God belief. Come on up.
We're not mean or scary. We won't let Thrayle put your God in his shed. There are other people up here. Don't worry. We won't let that happen to you.
These are the right people to have these conversations with, and you'll be made a better person if you take the time.
How would you stop me from putting a God in the shed?
I don't know that I can. I'm just trying to make it seem less like you will.
Why do you think he moved where he lives now? I couldn't even say that with a straight face.
I needed a shed large enough to store all the gods.
Now that sounds like a cabin in the woods movie I would watch.
Yeah, we know how you feel about the woods. Oh, and then she teacups.
I'm sorry, I got a text message from our friend. Spooky says it's scary. Thrayle will make you cry. I will not make you cry. I will just ask you why.
I have cried many times on this panel, only once publicly, but I do cry on mute sometimes. And never has Thrayle been the one to make me cry. I can assure you that Thrayle will probably not make you cry.
Oh, Thrayle has made me cry. I will hold him accountable for that.
You should.
I've definitely made Philly cry. I've made Saints cry. I don't think I've made Blake cry.
You've made me cry both out of being sad and from feeling like I've somehow been just set free for something.
I've definitely cried listening, but I don't think I've cried being questioned or anything. But I paid a lot of money in therapy for that. So
I've never cried being questioned on panel. Well, no, that's not true. The one time I've cried publicly, but like I have cried many times talking, like questioning and talking to people. I cry. The guests make me cry all the time.
You have a hard cat? Imagine that.
I'm losing it. I'm fucking losing it.
Who do you think makes more people cry, Thrayle, you or I?
That's a good question.
Oh, Philly makes me cry all the fucking time.
One of her TikToks made me bawl.
It was probably the same one that made me cry, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the telenovela music and the deep thoughts, it gets... Yes.
Philly.
That wasn't my intention.
It's popped up on my feed like several times and I cry every single time. Spooky wants to cry down there. She's like, I'm gonna go watch it.
Yeah, Philly's TikToks. They can be very...
You'll know which one when you see it.
And maybe Philly, maybe you.
It's like the agnostic diaries ones.
But out of self-reflection rather than out of like, some kind of grief or sadness. It's inspirational crying.
No, it's grief crying.
Is it grief crying? Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it is like I can feel Philly's grief in this, and it makes me so sad that I cry like hard.
Yep.
Well, and you use a lot of out of the window car shots, and then I imagine you looking out the window crying, and then that makes me sad.
Yeah, that too.
100%, absolutely.
Because I also don't like the idea of Philly being that sad. So it's like an empathetic feeling of grief, and then I just like really don't like the idea, and of Philly being that sad.
Are we gonna cry at the moment? I think we can move past that, right?
I think we're not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry.
If,
it was just a poorly timed sniffle.
if any of you are open to questioning your beliefs and not necessarily to the point of tears, then go ahead and request on. I'm not here to make you cry or take your emotions apart one by one. I do just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then what is it that you believe in, and why do you believe it?
Brian the Viking makes me cry too.
Sometimes.
Tiny Science has made me cry.
Yeah. Hello, Master Chief. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 40.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in God, Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have. Can I quote scripture to you?
I'm not asking you
Not
that.
really, but
I was just curious if you'd read it. So do you believe the Bible to be entirely true and literal as written?
I believe everything's open to interpretation.
And do you interpret it as true? The Jesus unalived on a cross, came back 3 days later.
I believe it for the simple fact that there's witnesses, people have talked about it, and the people who did believe it were unalived in such ways that would make anyone speak out against it, and they didn't.
So you're saying that because you've heard stories of how people who believed it were unalived, and because there were stories in which people said there were witnesses, then you believe those stories. Do you believe all the stories that are in the Bible?
I don't remember all the stories in the Bible.
Do you believe the 6-day creation? Adam and Eve in a garden? The global flood?
I do believe that, but I also believe that, as it was explained to me, that each day was like 1,000 years.
You say it was explained to you that each day was like 1,000 years.
Yes.
So within 6,000 years, each one of those years in that order
day, yes.
of creation.
Correct.
And so you believe in a 6,000 year creation.
Yes, that's how it was explained to me when I was little. So.
And then you believe in the story of Adam and Eve then?
I do. I don't believe they were the only people.
Oh,
because
so
even the Bible
people.
says, even Cain left and went to the land of Lot, and got married, and all that. Granted, he was to his sister, but we won't go into that.
So Cain
was
marries his sister?
Well, he technically kidnapped her and took her, but yeah.
Cain kidnapped and married his sister.
Oh, yeah. So what I believe
So
is
what
that,
was the part where you said there were other people?
all right, because there's a land of Lot.
The land of Lot.
Right? And Lot already had people in it.
Oh.
Right? There's also the giants and everything else, which I believe were also created and deformed by angels sleeping with man. And I believe it also distorted the way God,
Where does any
that
of
I
this...
believe in, created us. So when
What part
he
of the
created
book
Adam
is...
and Eve, it's what I believe.
Oh, it's just...
Just from reading it and how everything's split, because nothing ever really makes a real connection.
I see. So because things are disconnected or contradictory in the book, you make your own story to make it make sense.
Yes, but it makes sense.
Does it matter if that's true or not?
Not really, because all it says is God made Adam and Eve in his image. which
You're
just
saying
means
it
he recycled, made us again, and then eventually killed everyone off.
So none of it matters because he eventually killed everyone off anyways.
Yeah. That's why we had the flood.
And so
That's
you
actual
believe
fact.
so you believe the flood is actual fact. Why do you believe that?
Well, scientists prove that it is. Like, that's just based off of science.
Which scientists? What did
Geology,
they prove?
meteorology, because they can find sea animals at the top of mountains and places that
Sea
they're not supposed to
animals
be.
at the top of mountains,
like
that
fish and stuff like that.
Are you sure that they found sea animals at the top of mountains that they're not supposed to be there?
No, I didn't see it myself. They say they did. They
Can you
find
think
them
of any?
anywhere.
Can you think of any natural way that a sea creature or fossil might end up at the top of a mountain?
Oh, we started at the bottom and then the mountain grew.
So then, why would you think there was a flood?
Because cultures all across the world all have the same story of a flood. Cultures that were not connected by anybody.
Are you sure they all have the same story of a flood?
Yeah. Not the exact same story, but
If there were cultures around the world that didn't have stories of floods during that time, would that contradict your idea that there was a global flood?
No.
Oh, so what would you say of those cultures that didn't have stories of floods?
Because cultures could have came after the flood.
So if there were cultures older than the supposed flood, older than, well, how old would that have to be? Another 6,000 years.
Yeah. Just older than the flood.
How long ago do you think this flood happened?
Well, according technically to mathematics, because, well, I ain't a scientist,
So technically,
in order for us to be at the amount of people we have in the world today, the flood would have to have happened, what do they say, like, I think they said like 5,500 years ago or 6,500 years ago, something like that.
This is 6,000
But I'm not a
years ago.
scientist. I don't know the math.
So you think that the math somehow, from what would it have been, 8 people?
Yeah, the math is being
So
based
the
off
math
of
from
8 people.
8 people would have worked out to the amount of people today over 6,000 years, according to you. Does that
That's what it says. But then
it
we
says,
get.
sorry, it says where?
Okay. Oh no, that's what what's the guy? What, I can't remember his name. Hovind. He's a scientist and a pastor.
You believe him? Why?
Well, I listen to him because I only believed one pastor growing up, which is the one I grew up with, and then others. There's just something. The way they talk, the way they carry themselves, it was just something that was just off. And like I can listen to him the same way I listen to the pastor that I grew up with. And,
I'm sorry, you're
it's
talking
not that
about.
I believe.
You're talking about listening to pastors now. I was asking why you believed Kent Hovind.
I don't know how to describe it. It's a feeling. All right, I don't know how to describe that. Like,
it's just a feeling that makes you trust certain people that say.
I don't trust anybody, but it's just.
Well, trust certain things that people say that agree with you already, because you already.
No, it's not that I agree with it or not. Like.
So, do you Do you believe that there is a global flood because it says so in the Bible?
Well, that's when I first learned about it, yes.
Okay. And so is it possible that the things that you've tried to find since then to prove this flood are just that, in effort to prove the belief to yourself, regardless if it's true or not?
Well, obviously that's why it would make me biased.
So do you recognize that you hold a bias?
Yes.
Why do you want the Bible to be true?
Maybe because it means I'll see the men that I lost in Iraq again. You know, like, but I know everything can be written and rewritten. We would have no idea what the actual truth is.
Mm.
Now, I believe we'd have to take everything that's ever been written and can probably get a semblance of what the actual truth is, but then everything is also written by man. And it's the victors that always write history.
Are the victors always right?
No.
Could it be that that's the understanding that you gain from the Bible is just a series of victors and occasional smuggled losers' reports, followed by vindication so the victors can write the story again?
It's absolutely possible. But for right now, I'd rather choose to believe that there isn't
Is that what it really
than to
comes
not
down
believe
to?
that there is one and to find
Master
out
Chief,
that there is.
Is it about afterlife and reward, retribution? Is that what it really boils down to for you?
I don't know how to answer that because 2 years ago, I died twice. And I remember everything I saw on the other side. So I'm not quite sure what happens.
I understand that you're not quite
It
sure
wasn't
what
like I
happens.
saw, it's not like I saw a God or,
Mm-hmm.
Something that was a definite explanation.
Mm-hmm.
I saw my past choices that I made, the one that led me to the current path that I'm on, and the path that I would have went on if I had made a different choice. And then I know I had two doors, one black, one white. And the further I traveled down this tunnel, it was more like I don't even. It was like a spiraling tunnel that was in dimension. In like a dimension I couldn't describe. Like, but then when I got close enough, I was told it's not my time yet, and then that was the end.
You saw a choice that you had already made and the way it could have played out.
If I had made the opposite
If you'd made
choice.
the opposite choice, and then you heard a voice after a spirally tunnel say that it's not your time yet.
Yes.
Do you have?
I think that was kind of my mind's way of making sense of what was happening.
Your mind's way of making sense. Mm-hmm.
But then I know what I saw at the end because I didn't hear the voice. What I saw at the end was, I believe, was my guardian angel, because it wasn't the first time that I've seen him.
What you saw at the end was what you felt was your guardian angel? What did you see
Yes.
at the end that you felt was an angel?
To me, he's just a man in a suit.
A man in a suit.
Just looks like any other man in a suit.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could walk by and not notice him. And the only reason I can notice him is when I was 3 and I fell off the 3rd floor. I saw him. I saw him again in Iraq.
You saw a man in a suit in Iraq.
Yes, and obviously a man in just a suit's not going to be in the middle of the desert in a firefight. Like,
Hey,
but then I know he.
Yes, Philly.
Sorry to interrupt. I'll give up my spot for Hammy to interact as former military, if you're okay with that.
You don't have to leave unless you like. We still have a box open.
Okay.
You say that you've seen him in these different places, and in a firefight in Iraq, you saw him falling from a 3rd floor window. You saw him during an NDE.
Yeah.
In each of these cases, your brain would be doing brain things, right? Trying to regulate your body to calm you in case of a sudden adrenaline or trauma.
Yes.
Is there any reason to believe that this experience that you've had, this man in a suit, is anything more than just a vision, an idea of something that can calm you, perhaps even something from a memory?
From memory, no, I don't have anything to say that it wasn't just something my mind made up. It's not like I just sit here and see him and talk to him. Like, it's always been like in like very traumatic moments where, like, you know. So I choose to believe he's my guardian angel. I mean, I don't.
You're saying that it's something...
He could be called something else. I don't know. I mean...
Right. You're saying it's something that your mind couldn't have made up.
It's possible my mind made it up. But I don't know. Like...
This is a way that your mind has chosen to cope with the loss, with the trauma.
I mean, it could be. But then why does I only see him like when adrenaline is pumping or like, you know, like in intense situations?
Howdy, Master Chief.
How you doing, Hammy?
Doing great. How about you?
Pretty good.
What branch were you in?
I was in the Army.
Army? What unit?
Master Chief is from Halo.
Yeah, I figured that much. What unit were you with?
I was in 10th Mountain 41 Infantry.
Oh, okay. I was part of 3rd ID myself.
Okay. You're a Marine?
No, I was Army. 3rd Infantry Division. We were out of, technically, whenever I was there, we were out of Fort Benning. But the major faction was out there in Savannah. Welcome, fellow former military. I want to preface this by saying that I'm very aware of the stuff that happens over there. And I want to say that I am sorry for the fact that you lost your fellow brothers in arms. It's not something that's easy. But have you said that you've given it a thought that your mind's made this figure up in the intense situation, right?
Yeah.
So, is the belief that this is a guardian angel just solely for the fact that you wish to see your brothers in arms again one day?
Well, not solely. I believe he's a guardian angel because it feels like I shouldn't be here, and then he shows up, and then I come out fairly unhurt or unmessed up, like I make it.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it could be my mind distracting me and like making me do what I should be doing instead of, not freaking out, not doing what I'm supposed to.
Do you?
If that makes sense.
It makes sense to me. Have you ever considered that this could be part of survivor's guilt?
I have not thought about that.
Because, I mean, you know, just like I do, like when you're in the military, you're under the mindset that you're not given today. And so, because you're under that mindset, every day feels like a gift. And whenever you see that your fellow brothers who don't get to make it, it feels... your mind tends to mess with you a lot more than it does in any civilian job. So I'm just wondering if that may be the case.
I've never actually thought about that. Actually, that it could possibly be that. And actually, I have to actually talk to my psychologist about that.
You go to the VA regularly?
No, I have a private psychologist.
Oh, well, yeah. Definitely talk to them about that. And see if maybe this could be the case. I mean, I'm not here to say that it is or isn't. Obviously, I'm not a professional of any sort. But I think that it's definitely a route, an avenue you could look into to see if maybe that might be it.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Not a problem. But if there is a heaven, we know damn good and well that our fellow brothers are out there patrolling and making sure it's safe.
Definitely.
Well, thank you for coming up, Master Chief. I think with Thrayle gone, and if no one has any other questions, we can look to bring up.
I don't have any questions, but I think you answered the questions really honestly, and I think you. I was really impressed with that whole exchange.
Yeah, let me take the question.
I appreciate you, Master Chief.
Right out my mouth.
I hope you keep asking questions.
What is it that I did?
You do good things, Hammy.
Yeah, that was really great. Like all around, like the entire interaction was nice.
You're just a sweet, sweet man, Hammy.
I have a soft spot for my fellow military members.
Today I discovered he's a honey Hammy.
I did giggle a little bit when you first came up and you guys had that, like, the way you interacted with each other. I was like, it just made me giggle because I was like, the two Marines the interaction would have gone completely differently and it would have been a lot more.
I would have told him if he had said that he was a Marine. I would have told him, I was like, you know, damn good and well, they're down there in hell fighting the demons.
Oh dear.
Well, it was just really funny. Like, yeah.
But no, that is one of the Marine Corps things, is that they sit there and say that they won't see the gates of heaven because they'll be too busy in hell fighting demons.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know that.
Marines are very rah-rah manly.
Let's welcome Jesus Love to the panel. Can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello everyone, God bless you. Yeah, I live in West. I live in South Iraq. I am ex-Muslim. I left Islam and believe in Jesus Christ because he is the only way to salvation.
Okay. Can we get your age first?
I am 27.
Thank you. Thank you. And you said that you were a Muslim, but now you are a Christian?
Yeah, right.
Have you read your whole Bible?
Yeah, I didn't have book Bible, but I read Bible from Google, and I didn't know anything about Jesus. But when I was Muslim, I always ask two questions. Why God didn't love us, why we did. Thank God, I see verse John 3:16. That God loved the world so much, he gave his only son, not to perish, but gave eternal life. Thank God, because God loves everyone, and we have a guarantee in eternal life when we believe in Jesus Christ.
So
And
did you read the whole Bible, Jesus? Have you read the whole Bible?
I read 1 Corinthians chapter 13 speak about love.
Right. But did you read from Genesis to Revelation?
Yeah.
You read all of it. Yeah. And do you believe that it is literal?
What? I'm sorry, because my English is not good. I learned English about 3 months ago.
Well, you're doing fantastic. You're doing fantastic. Yeah. Do you believe that everything in the Bible is true? That a snake can talk, that a donkey can talk, that there are miracles and resurrection?
Yeah.
It is all true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is very good. Yeah.
And why do you believe that it is true?
Okay. I told you, sister, when I was Muslim, I didn't know anything about love. Okay, and I think Allah is vengeful in Islam. Okay, but I was looking for truth, and I didn't know anything about Jesus. But when I study in university, my father buy mobile phone to me, and I create Facebook page, and I added friends randomly. I thank God I had a friend from Egypt, Christian. Pray
Okay,
to God.
just like Muslim, you didn't know anything about Jesus. Did you never learn about Isa?
Yeah, when I was Muslim, I know Isa. Yeah, and he is a prophet. But when I uh, uh, added friends randomly in Facebook, I had a brother Christian pray to Jesus and say, when I pray, in the name of the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit, one God, Amen. I didn't what this mean, but I know the Father God, Son of Father Lord Jesus, and Holy Spirit, Holy of God. Yeah,
So
and
you did know about Isa, but you didn't know that Isa was the same as Jesus in Christianity?
no, no, Isa, not Jesus, because Quran speak about prophet and speak about another person, okay, and Jesus, not Isa, not a
Really?
prophet. Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
think that the Quran is talking about Jesus when it talks about Isa?
Yeah, I read in Quran, okay, don't follow a Christian because the Christian faith in a Christian three God, okay, and if you follow Christian, this is not good. This is and you are infidel if you follow if you follow Jesus, okay, and Jesus he is not. Yeah, yeah. Speak about Jesus. He is not a cross and yes, 3 days and. I'm sorry
Do you,
because
it's
I
okay.
can't
It's
speak.
okay,
Yeah.
Jesus. Do you believe that Jesus is God, Jesus is the Son of God, and that Jesus is your Lord and Savior, rescuing you from hell?
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah,
What
I believe.
convinced you? What convinced you that Jesus is God?
Uh, um, again, please.
hmm Why did you come to believe? Why did you start to believe
Oh,
that
okay.
Jesus is God?
Okay. Because Jesus said, I am and the Father one. Yeah. And he do anything, okay, the God do. So I believe this. I read
So,
in Bible many verse, okay, Jesus can do anything.
and you believe the Bible, why?
I believe in the Bible because Bible speak about love, about a guarantee in eternal life, speak about peace. Okay, Jesus said, peace give to you, peace live to you, not peace from the world. Yeah.
Did Jesus also talk about coming to bring, oh, now I'm forgetting the exact words. Maybe somebody else recalls them. Not coming for peace, but to turn mother against son, to turn family members against each other.
I don't remember the verse itself, but I remember like the words. It was like, don't suppose I've come to bring peace. I didn't come to bring peace, but a sword. That if you don't hate your mother, your father, your brothers, your sisters, even your own life, then you cannot follow me.
Thank you, Hammy. Do you remember that Jesus said that also? Jesus?
Yeah, I remember.
Why do you believe what the Bible says?
I believe Bible what?
Why do you believe the Bible?
Okay. I had many a long answer in Arabic, but I can speak to you in English. Okay. Bible speak about everything is really in earth. Okay. For example, Bible speak about persecute. Bible speak about what happened in last time. Bible speak about everything. Low apostasy in John 16 number 2. Bible speak about everything. Bible give me everything is real.
The Bible gives you everything.
What?
I didn't hear the last part.
Bible change me, change my heart.
It
Okay.
changed your heart. It helped you to, to live differently.
To live?
To behave, to live differently.
Yeah.
So, do you think that something that is not true could still make a person live differently? Are you familiar, Jesus, are you familiar with Santa Claus? Do you know Santa?
Please slow when you speak because listening is difficult to understand. I'm sorry.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
Do you know about Santa Claus?
Santa Claus?
Santa Claus.
Yeah, I read about him.
Yes, and Santa Claus brings presents for children at Christmas, right?
Yeah, right.
Many mothers and fathers tell their children, you need to be good. And they say, be good because Santa is watching. And Santa will only bring presents if you are good. So if the children believe in Santa, they behave differently. They act in good ways because of a belief. But Jesus, is Santa real?
Amen.
Is Santa Claus real?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we have too much of a language barrier here.
Yeah. I'm sorry, sister, because I try to learn more about English.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know everything in Arabic, but when my father persecute me, I try to learn English to speak with brothers, sisters in Jesus Christ, because we are family and we are members in same body.
Thank you. Thank you for coming up, and keep practicing your English. And
You're doing great.
Yes, maybe we can have another conversation another time. Thank you, Jesus love.
He's doing so
for
good.
3 months.
Yeah,
3
he's doing
months
so
of
good.
learning English. That's something else.
That is phenomenal for only 3 months.
Yeah, like he's doing so good.
Yeah, give yourself a pretzel. You've earned it.
A pretzel.
Give yourself.
I love it. I love
Yeah,
it.
it's a pretzel. Give yourself a pretzel. That's it. That's what you should be giving yourself, is a pretzel.
Blue Flame, can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
Can we get my who?
Your age.
Your age.
I am a 38-year-old African-American male.
Oh, awesome. Do you believe in a god, gods, higher power, anything like that? Oh, we don't need the camera. Yeah. So do you believe in a... Yeah, do you believe in a god, gods, higher power, anything like that?
I do. I believe in a God, gods, and higher power.
And which god is that you believe in?
The God inside of me.
And does this god have a name?
I am.
So, is it the God of the Bible?
The God that descended from the earth up into the sky that said that I am the I am, the same one that's inside of me? Yeah, that's me.
That's you.
Absolutely. Because when he descended from the earth up into heaven, he left us with a statement. Do you know what that statement was?
What do you think the statement was?
I believe the statement was that I am the I am. So when they asked who it was, he specifically said a name. I am the I am. They said, who is calling? Who is there? Who is that? And what did he say? He said, tell them that I am the I am. And then when he descended, he said, the power that is within me, I am leaving to you.
Hey, Blue Flame, I'm going to ask you a question real quick. Can you slow down and actually answer the questions a little more directly? It'll help communication.
Absolutely.
If we can understand what you're saying, absent the sermon.
Absolutely.
So,
question. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So you believe in Jesus Christ and all that?
I believe that he died on the cross for my sins and that he rose again. But I also believe that when he rose again and descended from this earth, he allowed us to see exactly who we are inside of ourselves.
So Blue Flames, we appreciate the answers. If you, like the host was asking, if you can answer more directly yes or no, it will help us speed along the points that we're trying to get to with questioning your beliefs.
Absolutely. So where are we going? You tell me where we want to go.
So, have you read your Bible?
Absolutely.
All the way through from Genesis to Revelations?
All the way through. Specifically stopping in the chapter of Proverbs to read the book of Proverbs several times.
And do you find the Bible to be literally true? Oh, looks like he has a call coming in.
If you feel the call.
Really?
That was great. Fantastic.
Oh, and there he is. Oh.
Yeah, he dropped, but he'll be back. Oh, no, maybe not. It said he was requesting again.
I saw that. And then maybe he's not coming back.
Come on, Hammy, that was a really good one.
I gave you props.
Oh, did you? Okay, I didn't hear it.
Everybody else was talking at the time.
Hmm.
I am very, very proud of you for you continuing the segues.
I do give you credit. I am using the very cheesy, hammy approach.
It's more endearing from Philly for some reason.
It is. And if you have an endearing belief in a god or gods, request on up.
If you have an endearing belief in a god or gods, I would love to hear it because I have not heard one yet.
Really, Kat?
What, an endearing belief in God? No, I have not heard
What am
one,
I,
no.
chopped liver?
It's not endearing. My enjoyment of you is in spite of that, not because of it.
I'll take it. I was just being silly.
No, I would love an endearing belief in a god. I would genuinely love an endearing belief.
How's your coffee, Thrayle?
Almost as good as the sandwich I grabbed while I was in there.
Of course it's a sandwich.
Well, he's drinking a sandwich as well.
Everything's a sandwich. This panel is a sandwich. The questions are sandwiches. The room
Even Philly's
that
a sandwich.
I'm in is a sandwich. It means nothing.
She dislikes the sandwich so much.
And it's yet undeniably true.
So, Philly, has this live changed your relationship with sandwiches?
It sure has. In a very disappointing way.
I had some peanut butter and syrup sandwiches earlier today.
What kind of gluttony is that?
You shut your mouth, kid. It was a childhood treat that we used to eat, and I love it.
Wait, what was it?
I'll eat an entire bag of marshmallows unroasted by themselves, so it's fine. I get you.
Oh, Fluffernutter? Oh, yeah.
No, Fluffernutter is good, but I said peanut butter and syrup.
Oh, actually, that sounds dope, because when I make pancakes, I mix peanut butter and syrup together.
It's one of the best ways to eat pancakes.
The maple and the nut flavor together, oh my god.
If you like to have your question... I lost it. I thought I had it.
Almost.
I thought you were going to maple nut us right into a segue.
If you want
to pull the most Canadian maple nut segue ever.
If you're a Canadian, and you are politely able to let your belief be questioned, you should request up.
I don't know. We've questioned some very fiery Canadians on this panel. Some of them very passive-aggressively polite, but still.
Oh, they went to war over pigs one time.
Aren't they the reason we have a Geneva Convention?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, partly.
Both sides, they were really, really sorry.
But if your belief in God is not sorry, then you should request up.
You said that sorry a little bit wrong there, Hammy. I think you need to work on the pronunciation.
I'm so sorry about that. I boot that.
Almost. Keep working on it.
Almost. I need to talk to more Canadians that have deep Canadian accents.
Mm-hmm.
Blue Flames wants to know if we want him on and back up.
Oh, did Blue Flames request back up?
No, he hasn't requested since he left with his phone call.
Exit the live, come back in, Blue Flames, and try to request again.
Will Dodd has introduced me to that song "Going Out for a Rip," and it sometimes lives rent free in my head.
I mean, we're down, Blue Flames. It's all good if you want to come back up. We love believers that are really open and optimistic to talk.
Yeah. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, if you're open to having that belief questioned, we'll go ahead and request up. I'm not here to argue, and we're not going to tell you that you're wrong. We are going to ask you if you could consider that, I'm sure. But for the most part, we're just here to ask what it is you believe and why you believe it. If you even really know, if you can question that belief.
I will try to tell you you're wrong, but Thrayle normally ends up stopping me before I get the chance to.
Mm-hmm.
Hammy, I think that your belief that people are always wrong is wrong.
You're fine to be wrong about that.
If you are wrong or not wrong about your belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that, request up.
Blue Flame says they choose to believe, and that's the most important part of believing.
So this is really interesting, Blue Flames, because I heard somebody say something really interesting as far as belief with being a Christian today in church, actually. They said, do you believe say about your actions? And I thought that was interesting.
I genuinely
Which do you choose
want
to believe in more often?
I genuinely want to know why Hammy likes telling people they're wrong.
Oh, that's because he's wrong. He's projecting.
Do you want to answer for yourself, Hammy? I think Thrayle's right.
I mean, partially. He's partially right. The reason why I tell people they're wrong is because everyone's wrong. Everybody is.
Yeah,
I'm
but
wrong.
Enjoying telling people they're wrong is a little bit mean.
What can I say? I'm sometimes a mean guy.
I knew he was going to say that. Fuck.
How does it feel to be wrong so often, Hemi?
Feels normal.
Thrayle, you know what I do anytime I go into a different room and Hammy's on the panel?
Do you tell him he's wrong?
I ask him why he's wrong.
What is my response?
His response is always because it's whatever day it is. So if it's like Thursday, it's like because it's Thursday.
He's not wrong.
I think Blue Flames has requested up again.
Welcome back, Blue Flames. Are you with us?
I have to unmute Blue Flames.
He might not have meant to request back up. That's okay.
I was here for any additional questions that may have needed to be asked.
Yeah, so you, to remind everyone, you believe in the Bible and Jesus, but that you are God also. That the message was somehow that we are all God.
So when I speak, I have a different type of zeal. I have a different type of flow that moves within me. I speak about the Bible because I've read the Bible. I understand what comes from the Bible, but I also speak about what the Bible says. And if you get into what the Bible says, it breaks down into exactly what the message was. And the message wasn't to believe in somebody other than yourself. The message wasn't to believe in a higher power, but to believe in the higher power within. So I mentioned before I got disconnected what he said when he ascended up, as we believe what he ascended up into the heavens was that I am leaving what I have shown you, what I am leaving what I have taught you. I am leaving what you have saw the acts that I have done to you yourself. And you are.
I guess the question then would be, why do you believe that he was of God and ascended at all?
He may not be a he. So I say he referencing what I was taught, but he may not be a he. He may not.
Are you referencing Jesus?
The Son of Christ, the Son of God,
Are you referencing Jesus, the Son of God?
which the Holy Trinity calls us to believe is a part of himself, right?
Are you saying Jesus from the Bible, who is called the Son of God? Is that who you are talking about?
You said, am I referencing Jesus, the Son of God? I'm referencing Jesus, a part of the Holy Trinity, the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit.
Right. Okay. So the Jesus who, according to the Bible, came to earth as a human man.
Which was also the Father himself, correct?
I understand that that is the doctrine of the Trinity that is held by many Christian denominations. I'm confused why you're saying it might not be a he if you're referencing the Jesus of the Trinity, who is also the Jesus of the Bible, who came to earth as a man.
Because when he left Earth with something inside of us and giving us a powerful statement to allow us to know exactly who he was prior to his ascension.
And that is related to whether it is a he. That's why you had to clarify the he statement or the he phrase in Thrayle's question.
The he phrase is what is taught through the Hebrew. So when you read into the Hebrew Bible, which man himself, you, I, male, female.
It's really hard to hear you, Blue.
I'm sorry about that. So when you read into the Hebrew Bible, which man and female, you and I both, have yet to actually learn what it's transcended, what it translates into.
Okay, I think this might just be a total tangent away from Thrayle's question. Thrayle, do you remember what your question was? Because I don't. Something like, why do you believe in him? Why do you believe he is God? Why do you believe Jesus is God?
That was essentially it.
Are you still eating the sandwich?
Maybe.
He made like 2 sandwiches, Phil. You don't know his life.
Blue, are you able to address Thrayle's question? Why do you believe that Jesus is God, part of the Trinity?
I believe Jesus is God, part of the Trinity, due to what I was taught throughout the Christian Bible. I think nothing else specifically other than the Christian Bible.
Is anyone else having a hard time hearing Blue?
No, I'm having an extremely hard time. Yeah. It sounds like you're carrying your phone and that like your hand or something is over the receiver to receive your voice. Do you have earbuds in, or are you able to talk more directly into your phone?
All right.
Yeah.
He says he'll just
downstairs.
Chat downstairs, yeah.
He says it's due to the Christian Bible, nothing more or less. That's why he believes.
Okay, so somebody who believes because the Bible says so, I always want to know why they believe the Bible is reliable. But I don't know how much of a conversation, Thrayle, you want to be facilitating between the panel and voice and somebody in comments.
To believe the Bible because the Bible says to believe it, Philly.
Not the Hebrew word that we can translate. Where's Rav?
Not the Hebrew word that we can't translate. What does that mean?
So the
Never
Hebrew
mind.
word, which is a direct quote of a winner, he says.
Of
So,
a winner?
This will go back to the similar conversation we had with Master Chief about the victors telling the story.
Look, it's clearly talking about me if he's talking about winners.
There's just some things that when you say out loud, Hammy, makes it even sadder when I realize you're wrong when you say them.
If you...
That's the key to it.
I hated saying that. I don't mean it. I don't
It's
like
Cat's
it.
turn.
And it's not true.
Cat called dibs.
Cat, your turn to introduce people.
Cat in a vat. Are you with us?
The one time.
Yeah, the Thrayle came back and I didn't think it was gonna be my turn. But if it's my turn, it can be my turn. Hi, chillin'. Can we get your age from TikTok TOS?
24.
And do you have a belief in God, or anything like that?
I don't know.
Why not?
I don't think you can definitively say one or the other. Yes or no. So.
Do you need proof, logical proof, to believe one way or the other? Or would something else convince you?
Yeah, no, I would need proof, I think.
What kind of proof would you need?
I don't know. Anything that I could acknowledge, I guess.
Like, what do you mean acknowledge? Because people acknowledge things as proof of God all the time, but...
Something that, yeah, I don't know. Everything's perspective, so it's something that my perspective would acknowledge as proof of something that, yeah.
Did you grow up with any kind of religious background?
Yeah, I was Christian.
Any specific denomination?
No.
Did your parents take you to church a lot, or just a little bit, or just teach you a little bit at home?
Just a little bit, like maybe once a month, honestly.
Did your parents, or that once a month, teach you very much about what's in the Bible? Are you very familiar with the Bible?
No.
Would you say that if you did have a belief, it leans towards Christianity, or not so much? Don't really know.
Yeah, Christianity, out of everything else.
So if this God, if there was a God and it proved to you that it existed, would you worship it?
I wouldn't know how, but if it was a specific God that I knew how to, yes, I would.
Why?
I'm sorry, you said why?
Yeah, I said why. Yeah.
Because I feel like they would be giving me a sign to worship them. What would the other reason of contact be,
I don't know, to prove its existence, or just because. I mean, is contact the only way you would believe in the God?
Yeah.
Need or desire to confirm whether or not there's a God?
No.
Why not?
Because I can continue to live without one.
Okay.
So Your question to the or your answer to the worship question is. Did that surprise anybody else?
It surprised me.
Yeah. I still.
I mean, the question was if you if it like came to me, or if it showed me its presence or whatever, then yes, I'll feel obligated.
Why would you feel obligated to worship it?
Because I just don't know what the other reason of the presence would be.
So you would worship it just because it told you to?
Well, let's ask another way, if I may. What if you didn't know any benefits of worshiping it, except that it asked to be worshipped?
It would depend on how it acknowledged me and how it presented itself to me.
So what would make you...
my human, emotions, if it was so, ethereal and ever-knowing, then it should know about my human emotions and how I would feel about its presence. So how it would present itself.
What could it say or do to convince you to worship it?
I mean, worship is like... It would probably, yeah, I don't know. It would depend on how big of the presence would be. Would probably determine how much I would, worship it, so to speak.
You,
Yeah, I find it very, very odd to want to, or to even think of worshiping a god in general. It could just be me, but
well, it's the questions that we're asking at the moment. It's part of the stack.
Well, if
have for someone who doesn't believe in a god. But really quick, before you try to... Not that I can think of. Did you ask the... yeah, no, I think you got them. But really quick, I'm going to thank Kylie. Also, Law of Attraction, Philly Red, 3 Pips, Donna B, Enki Bubs, Robert, Naomi, Danny Grax, and Sunshine Stars. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. You guys are amazing. And Kat did also do quite well. Chillin', does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
No. It doesn't.
Does a god have to exist for it to be meaningful?
If it didn't exist, then it wouldn't exist, right?
Right, but the idea of it still exists. So does the being or entity necessarily have to exist to be meaningful?
As you said, it doesn't necessarily have to exist to be meaningful.
No, it was a question. Yeah. Does it? Like, does Santa Claus have to exist to be meaningful?
No. Definitely.
Does the Lorax have to exist to be meaningful?
The Lorax.
To people, no.
Does God have to exist to be meaningful?
No.
So I have a question. So you seem fairly apathetic about the existence of a god or a desire to find out if there is a god that exists or not. And if they did exist, it doesn't seem that there would be much of a consequence for you one way or another. Can I ask why you requested to have your beliefs questioned when it doesn't seem there are many beliefs there?
Yeah, I know. That's why I kind of chuckled after I said, the first question was, what do you believe in? And I said, I don't really know. because it's kind of true. You know, I don't really know, honestly. I'm just like bored and smoking. So I'll leave now. Don't worry.
Well, Thrayle, Dolores is totally true, though, right?
Does anybody feel like I got robbed a little bit?
Yep, I think you should get a do-over.
Yes. I thought as soon as, yeah.
Thanks for letting me just be like, you're nice, but no.
I'm the only one that didn't get a believer.
Oh, you'll get one, Cat.
Thrayle, Dolores is still totally true, though, right?
Definitely the Lorax is true.
Oh, okay. He speaks for the trees. And a lot of times the trees say, can you fucking not?
If you have a belief in the Lorax, the trees, a god, God's higher power, or anything like that, and you are willing to be questioned, please request up.
I didn't think to ask about Santa because I already know Santa is real. You know, somebody once tried to tell me that my parents put presents under the tree, and I'm like, oh, what? They do it for everybody's kids too?
Of course, that's just not.
That's just nonsense.
Yeah.
That's about it. What day is it? Is it Sunday? It is Sunday.
Technically, it's Monday.
It's Monday in most
Sunday
places.
for me. Yeah, well, it's still Sunday for me, so.
You have the last little sliver of Sunday in the world.
I think I do, actually. I think I am like the last.
Okay, but like
midway.
My line of questioning around a belief in Santa changing people's actions, the way they lived, like that followed, right? It was just a language, yeah.
It was a language barrier, culture and language barrier.
He was doing really good for 3 months, though.
Did we notice Santa in the background?
I did notice Santa in the background.
Oh my
yes.
God, there is Santa.
Oh, Kris Kringle himself.
As we all know, Chris is real.
So,
Both my dads are named Chris.
It put 2 Santa Clauses in there, but you have to zoom out to see one on the edge.
You know, I did notice that there were 2.
This is completely off topic, but I have the cutest puppy in the world, and she's asleep in the cutest position right now, and I would love permission to show her on camera just for 2 seconds.
I think this is as good a time as you're going to get. Go for it.
Make sure that the camera is turned the right way. Show the puppy. Oh, she woke up. Oh, she wants belly rubs. This is Bugs, and we call her Bugs because after it rains, she eats bugs and slugs. She's half red healer, half chihuahua.
We do not see her.
Oh, here we go. This is Bugs.
Oh, look at the dog.
Hello, doggy. Oh.
Go, go, girl. Thanks for letting me show my doggy for a minute.
Absolutely.
She's a service animal I got from the state of Utah, and she alerts me when my blood pressure gets too low or too high. And when they sent her to me, I was like, she's too cute. This is never going to work. She's too adorable.
they make service dogs. They make service dogs. Well, I guess they do make service dogs, right? But there's service dogs for all kinds of things that like I didn't know there could be service dogs for. Like I knew this girl, and she was paranoid schizophrenic, and she had a service dog who could tell her when she was hallucinating, like what was like if there was a person that was a delusion or not. Like,
what? Oh my gosh!
Yeah, so such a cool dog.
I watched a video of this lady. She was walking into her kitchen and the dog made her sit down, goes and grabs her pills, opens up the fridge and gets a bottle of water for her, and shuts the fridge door. And the dog just laid right there in her lap. And I was like, and it was like almost immediately after he had laid his head down that she realized she was about to start having a seizure.
They are amazing. We don't deserve dogs. One day we'll have to get a bigger dog because I'm in congestive heart failure, one that is heavier, so that if I lay on the ground and need CPR, they can do meaningful compressions. It's pretty amazing what they can do.
You could teach dogs to do compressions?
Yeah, on the chest, where to, and how hard and deep to do it. Even if they're not great quality compressions, compressions are better than no compressions.
Dogs are crazy.
Right.
UC Berkeley is doing a study on dog language with those buttons right now.
Yes.
And what they're discovering is like amazing. They thought that it was going to be the clever Hans effect, which is where you can just like teach animals to do repeat an incredible number of tasks without them actually understand what they're doing. But where the funniest part is like the biggest evidence that the dog is actually understanding and trying to communicate what they want versus just to do what the human wants them to do and like for a treat, is that the number one button pressed by the dog is now, and the number one button pressed by the owner is later. And if it was the clever Hans effect, you would expect them to be pushing the same button like with the same frequency. So it shows that they are actually like having a disagreement about time of all things.
Impatient. Are you saying the dogs are impatient?
Sometimes.
Yes, and they also go through a poop language phase, just like toddlers.
Yeah, the human will come out of the bathroom and recognize that's what happened and say, "Dad, poop?" ? Or and you can confirm, "Yes, Dad, poop," and they wag their tail like, "I understand, okay." And they do. They get this fixation on, "I go poop now." Now, Mama went into the bathroom. Did she poop? They do the last questions about it. It's true. My dog can hit the outside button. She knows just a couple. I'm still working on it with her, but her favorite is outside.
I feel like Rick and Morty predicted this. We all know what the outcome will be.
Where's my... Oh, thanks a lot, Thrayle. But dog is just God backwards, and if you have a belief in a God, you can request up.
That was fantastic. You guys are so good at this. Thanks for letting me brag on my dog. She's pretty incredible. That's why I picked her. And then she came to me and they're like, "Yeah, but we don't call her that."
My dog is such a diva. I feel like if I got her the button, she'd just be like reading me the filth all the time.
There's one on TikTok I like with a pig. That's a household pet.
I love that pig.
Oh, that pig loves mom and is very mad about dad and expresses it regularly.
I saw one where this dog, like, they had the B word as a button, and then the dog presses it and is like, "Do we speak to mommy that way?" And he's like, "Please," and then the B word again. And I was like, "Oh," and I just laughed because it was like, "What?"
That is if the dog agrees that when you are laughing, that humor is a positive thing. If you see that, like, when they're part of the group or the pack, if you're laughing as a group and they wag their tail that they want to be included or like that a positive thing is happening in the group, then you can teach them to swear. They understand that that's an appropriate time to use a swear word.
Wow.
What do you think would happen if I got my cat buttons?
Lots of cats love buttons. They love to, like, yeah, it's not just how they communicate. They love to play with them too. They'll go missing some of their favorite buttons because they'll just push it all the time to hear the word all the time. What was that about, Thrayle?
We're straying far from God belief.
Very true,
I've
very
what the
true.
fucked, but we're actually, like, it's interesting, but
sorry,
is it a questionable belief?
I have a... Oh, was that Hammy?
It was.
Philly, speaking of gods, did you watch Pele today, Philly?
I did. I didn't catch it live, but man, was it ever beautiful when I did see it.
Did we finally get fountains?
Yes.
It's a good erection. Yeah, we got
biggest ones.
We get big fountain, but during the daytime, so I didn't go. No, they weren't the biggest ones. They were not even actually really that close to the biggest ones.
Was the camera.
No.
I have a belief that is impacted by my changing belief in God that could be questioned, and I honestly don't know where it would go, which is a little bit scary, but also it's not exactly a God belief, so, but I would put it forward
If it's not exactly a God belief, what other kind of belief would you constitute it as?
a belief that is impacted by my changing belief in God.
Does your God change itself?
I'm just,
No, that's Rav's God.
Should I present it, or
yeah.
should we hold out for another theist?
We are holding out for a theist, but until then, what belief is there on the table to question but your own?
So, when I was a Christian, I believed that every human life was innately valuable and worthy because every human was made in the image of God and loved by the all-powerful creator of the universe. And now that I don't have a belief in that God the way that I once did, I am finding that I don't have the same belief around humans. And I would like to keep that belief. So maybe we could question the...
Why do you...
Mm-hmm.
Why do you want to keep it?
Because I like how it informs the way I relate to people.
Have you noticed the way you relate to people changing?
Yes.
In what ways?
I am more open to the concept, the possibility of violence against people.
That
it's
you
harder
would,
for me
that
to
you would
hold.
commit it, or that it would be justified?
Both. Wow. I've never been a violent person, but it seems like it's a lot more justified.
Do you feel
now? Do you know?
Without this belief, that you care less about other people?
Definitely.
Why?
Because they are not, because I no longer believe that they are uniquely and wonderfully created by the all-powerful creator of the universe.
Do you care less about yourself?
I don't think so. I think
why
I
would
care
you
more.
care less? Or why would you care less about anybody else?
Because
the same is
I
true
don't
for you,
believe they
right?
have innate value the way I once did.
What
Do
came
you
first,
have
the
less?
chicken or
Do you
the?
believe that you don't have it? Wait, hold on. Do you
Innate
believe that
value.
you have less innate value?
Can you repeat the question, Kat?
Do you believe that you don't have innate value?
In the same way, yeah, I do believe that I don't have the innate value that is.
But it doesn't make you care less about yourself.
No, it makes me care more about myself. Because if there
Then
is
why would it make you care less? But then why would it make you care less about anybody else?
Because I generally believe that what I am experiencing is me, and therefore I value it. And
But I
I
still don't
don't have
understand how this, like, why would you not value other people as you value yourself?
because they are not me, and because they do not have this imbued worthiness that comes from.
They do to themselves.
They sure
But
do.
that's just it. The value is no longer innate.
Yeah, value
Since
is
it
no
is not
longer innate.
innate, it is
Why is it not,
recognizably
though, is what I'm
chosen
not understanding.
because there's no
Like,
God to instill it.
Yeah.
right, but like if we can recognize that your value to yourself, like you still have that innate value in to yourself,
I wouldn't
and they
even say
have that
it's
value.
innate, though.
Okay.
I
So if you don't have the innate value, and neither does anybody else, why should what I'm not understanding is why that makes you care less about other people.
Because my value of myself doesn't come from this sense that I am innately imbued with this value. My value
Why
of
do
myself.
people have to? Sorry, I have a better question. Why do people have to be innately imbued with value for you to value them?
I don't think they do, but I think that a belief that they are innately imbued with value allows me, or allowed me, to value people to a higher degree.
Philly, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Was it the disbelief in, the God, and therefore you began this belief more, or was it that you started to value other people's worth, or see that in them less, and therefore that led to you believing in a Christian God less?
I started losing faith in God way before I started losing belief in the innate value of humans. And it was actually one of my biggest fears. Right as soon as I started seriously deconstructing, is that I would lose that perspective of the people around me, and that's what's happened.
Why did that scare you so much?
Because it was one of my core beliefs. And I liked how it informed the way I interacted with the world.
Or just what you think it means to care?
I do think that my compassion has changed. I think that also my understanding of what it means to care has changed, because I recognize that I have to care about myself more, because I can't offload that responsibility to a God that I don't believe exists like I once did.
Do you think that the idea of valuing people and that people need something to have value is something that further needs to be deconstructed?
I didn't want it to be deconstructed. Does it need to be deconstructed? I don't think so, except that it is being deconstructed.
No, I guess what I'm saying is the entire
So why is it harmful to assign value?
I don't think that it is.
No,
But
sorry, but
I would love to, I would love to, yeah. I'm sorry I misunderstood your question, Blake. Can you try
yeah,
again?
I mean the entire maybe I need to think more to make my question clearer.
Could it be harmful to assign value to people?
I think that it potentially could.
How?
If someone is over assigned value, or that could lead to harm.
Or underassigned?
Before we get too far away from it, I'm going to take this moment.
I think that...
Really quick, hang on, Kat, just really quick. I got to thank Cammy and Shell, Z, also Donna B, Amberly, and Freya. Thank you all so much for that last goal. Go ahead, Kat.
Blank.
Do you think that having a value system for human beings is something that maybe has historically caused...
Do I think that a value system of human beings has historically caused
for
harm?
human beings, assigning a value system for human beings?
Yeah, absolutely. Because we know in history that there have been populations of humans that have been valued, assigned value greater than others, and that has definitely caused harm.
Right. So, do you have it, Blake? You go for it if you do.
Yeah, like, do you see how even like the language that we use in English is wrapped up in commodity and like is untangleable from like commodifying an individual when we talk about them as like having a value.
Yeah, we're using the same words that we would use: worth, value. Yeah, we're using the same words that we would use to talk about resources.
Oddities.
Yeah. So that's the broader thing, not value people or to value people, but like the entire concept of the way that like we speak about this. We might have more to deconstruct like as a society about it.
Would you say, Blake, that there is a better way to discuss the concept of, and now I'm trying to think of another word, respect for humans?
No, I think the word that we're using is important though, because I think that's what it is.
Right, and so I'm asking Blake, if is there a better word than worth or value to talk about what we're trying to get at here?
Priority.
You can move it more away from a judgment and more into like how you interact with those people, and how like this is one thing that I see that's very different like in the like colonial languages versus like Algonquinated or like Uto-Aztecan languages, that the discussion about people is more about how you wish to continue to interact with them, why, versus evaluating the person and like it's just very let me know if I'm being unclear, but the way that it is like valuing versus I am like being less empathetic to others because of like centering it on the like interactions and why versus like giving the person like value or not.
Have you has the value that you placed in friends and stuff like that, has it also lessened?
It's a loaded question.
I suspect yes, but I'm not entirely sure.
Fair enough.
Is it value that you're talking about, or is it priority? Has your empathy response changed?
I think that my empathy response has changed because I just don't have as much energy to give to others.
You had more energy when you believed in a God that gave everybody this more value or more priority?
Maybe I didn't have more energy, but I had deluded myself into thinking that I did, because like I said, I offloaded the responsibility of my care to my God. And when
As in, like,
I had to, when I felt that I had to be responsible for taking care of myself because I didn't believe there was a God who was going to do that with the same certainty that I previously had, then the energy that I had was redirected, and therefore there is less energy for empathy for others because it has to be directed toward myself. But I think that my compassion and my empathy, if they are at play here, they're secondary to the worth and the value and the, like, a sense of awe, a sense of respect, a sense of sacredness in the set apart meaning that I have or had for individual humans. I don't think the two are exactly the same. I don't think innate worthiness and empathy for that person are exactly the same thing here. I think we're talking about two different things.
Is
But
there
if
any
you're
one
tired of
particular?
hearing me talk and you have a belief in a God, gods, or higher power, or anything of the like, you can request up to have your beliefs questioned by this amazing and respectful panel of human beings.
Ho, ho, ho.
This is what
I
they do.
appreciate you, Hammy.
Not that I'm
Julie,
running away from the questions, just that I want to, give an opportunity for not being centered.
do you feel there's any one particular person or group of people that you feel one extreme or another more towards now that you don't believe in a God?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone close to, I'm not asking who, but is there an individual in your life or someone close to you that this has affected your relationship with them?
Not that I can identify in this moment. Like I'm not trying to evade the question.
No.
No
It was
one's
a
coming to
very
mind.
specific question.
No one's coming to mind.
Has this brought you more peace with yourself in your mind, or more trouble or indifferent?
It has brought about more peace in some ways and more distress in others.
That's fair.
It's a mixed bag for sure.
How long ago would you say the major flip or change happened? No, that's not the right question. There's two questions here. One, when did the change happen where you don't really believe in God anymore? And then two, when did you recognize that it affected the way that you had empathy towards others?
I think that my belief in God has gone from a 98% about a year and a half ago to maybe a 50% a year ago, and a slowly lessening of percentage throughout the past year till I probably waffle between 2 and 10%. There have been larger jumps of disbelief, but not a complete. I don't know what the word is.
There wasn't this 180 or this one day or experience that made you go, well, that's that, no, it was gradual over time.
I would say that there was like a 1 day jump from about 85% to 50%. And then there were other jumps in the last year, but there was never a I believe in God to I don't believe in God on a single day.
When along the line do you think that affected your empathy for other people?
So I think the empathy is a secondary thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think I started taking better care of myself before I had major losses of faith. And so my empathy would have been impacted and lessened before I ever lost belief in God. If your question is more about when did I start losing a belief in an innate sense of worth of other humans, I would say that that has come after greater losses of faith.
Interesting, that happened in the opposite order than I would have expected.
I don't know that my empathy and my understanding for people, my capacity, my natural inclination. I don't know that my natural inclination to offer empathy and understanding to people has lessened at all in the process of deconstruction. But the capacity to do so, my capacity to offer empathy and understanding to others has lessened because I have felt the need to use that capacity to offer empathy and care for myself to a greater percentage than I previously did because of the gap, because of the loss of a belief in God being willing and able to offer that to me.
Is it because you have extended more empathy and compassion to yourself, or is it because no, I wasn't finished. Or is it because without the perceived innate value, it is you is less is not is no longer a requirement.
Can you repeat the second part of that again, please?
Is it because that is it because of is it because you extend more empathy to yourself, or is it that it is not a requirement anymore if there's no God?
Definitely the first, because my natural tendency towards offering that empathy and understanding is still there, but it is because I am I am hoarding. That's the language I'm choosing to use. I am hoarding that empathy and care and understanding for myself because I need it. Requirement from God that motivated me to love my fellow humans. I'm intrigued that this line of questioning has moved away from innate worth and towards empathy for.
To go back to that.
What was your question, though, Philly? You wonder.
I wonder if those on the panel see those two as intrinsically intertwined.
No. That because you related more about what was happening to yourself and what you were doing with yourself with it. And you're my friend, and I wanted to get those questions answered first. Make sure that you're receiving care. That sounds so noble, and
I don't hear it that way. Thank you, Saints.
You bet.
So I've never believed in an inherent value, right? All, myself included. But because I don't think that we matter at all, myself included, I find it intuitive to have empathy and kindness for other people, almost like a baseline. We treat each other that way, because that just seems ridiculous. That probably doesn't make sense, but that's the way it works in my brain. So thinking that human beings have inherent value is very foreign to me, and then thinking that they don't, and that changing the way you behave to me.
I guess I don't have as many questions about it because part of what I was taught is to look for the good in others and realize that they have a worth beyond anything you can understand. And therefore you should treat everybody, really, really well. And you have no idea what battles they're facing, so try kindness first. That is something I have a hard time with, trying kindness first. But why? I've had enough garbage happen to me that I have my own defensive first. If someone comes at me, instead of being open and saying, okay, what's going on? Let's talk about it. I will put up a fight first. Some of that is natural in my genetics. My biological family is very much that way. And some of it is just learned behavior from crap I've learned in my life, or that I've experienced in my life. So when I look at another person, I have learned to just try to find, even if I can't find the good in them, it doesn't matter what I think. Everyone does have value and worth that none of us can understand. And that's how, I guess, that's just not a question in my mind anymore. And so that's not a road that I necessarily travel down to learn more about, because I just believe everyone has infinite worth. I believe it about myself.
I believe everybody has ultimately no worth or no value, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't treat each other nicely, because we should.
Wow.
That's what I think, and this is like part of my quote unquote cosmic nihilism, right? Human beings are nothing in the grand scheme of the earth, and the earth is nothing in the grand scheme of the universe, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't treat each other nicely.
Nothing matters. It's all a waste of time.
Right.
All of it.
No, not really, but it
Life
doesn't
doesn't
matter.
There's no point.
Welcome back, Nothing Left Behind, but I don't think that was what... Oops.
Not quite what I was getting at.
Interesting.
This Z-Witch asked another interesting question. Is it possible this comes from disappointment in humanity, not just losing faith? I feel like Philly has expressed that it was separate from that.
So when I think about the innate value and worth, that the feeling like that belief is slipping away, I think is coming from lack of a belief in God the way I used to believe in God, and not about disappointments in humanity, because I've recognized humanity's disappointing character. But thank you for the question. Maybe it doesn't matter if humans have innate worth or value.
Well, think about it this way, Philly. They haven't had innate worth or value this whole time.
But I acted on the belief that they did.
Right. So but what I'm saying, I think what I'm getting at here is, it's something I say a lot actually, is your experience of these people is not changing, whether the God exists or not, whether you have a belief of that they have innate value or not. The way you experience other people is not changing. So why should the way you interact with other people change?
So they may not have changed at all, but I have changed. And because I have changed, the interaction is by definition going to have shifted.
We are hearing all over the jungle right now.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I understand that you have changed, that your outlook has changed, and this changes the interaction. But why does it have to?
Because that's reality, and denying that.
Right, but if this is a change that is fully dependent on you, and you don't like that change, then why let it continue?
Because I don't have total control over who I am and what I believe and what I think.
Why do you have to believe people have innate value to want to see them the way?
Why do I have to have belief in innate value in order to view people as if they have innate value?
I suppose so, yeah.
Sounds
Because
like buying
I
into a lie to
can't.
me.
Yeah, because I can't delude myself.
So,
Do you have to see that people, I'm sorry, do you have to imagine or believe that people have innate value in order to treat them in in the way you want to treat them?
I think so.
why?
Because as I have lost the firm belief that I held that people have innate value, I have found myself more open to thoughts of violence. And I believe that they are intertwined.
Okay, so if people don't have innate value, and you find this making you into somebody that you don't want to be, have you tried to find a way to believe that people, to help you be, sorry, I know what I'm trying to say, but it's like, do you think that you could find another line of thinking that would help get you back to how you thought
Want
about and treated people before?
how you'd want to treat people, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I may, Philly Red has explained that it was a major belief that she had. It was one of her core beliefs. This means it was one of her foundations. She lost that foundation. So, one, she's grieving over that, and that's going to change her thought process and feelings about people and how it's intertwined with her empathy and her beliefs. And number two, it will take time and life events and interactions with people to build up a new foundation, and so that and hopefully it is something that she turns it into what she wants it to be. I don't think it's a matter of just will, that you can just see something another way and have that be factual or reality for you. I feel like she's kind of explained that. Sorry, I just thought that she kind of explained that.
Right, but that's not quite what the question
That's not what I said. Yeah.
But I feel seen, saints, because there's a lot of grief. So thank you for acknowledging that and validating that.
You bet. Sorry that I misunderstood the question, Kat. Try again.
Have you explored any other ways of thinking that may lead you to the place that you want to be?
I have explored other ways of justifying a belief that all humans have innate value.
Do you think it has to be innate value for you to get back to to treating people the way, or at least wanting to?
Included assigning value to a similar degree as innate value, but I don't think it quite has the same strength. But I have explored ways of finding value, justifying value, so that I can try to hold on to what that gives me.
Have you considered eliminating the value system altogether?
Believing that humans have no value.
Right. Yeah, essentially.
So that would be the opposite of what I want.
What I'm trying to get at here is the value system seems to be the thing that is creating the problem. So if you consider eliminating it altogether and just seeing everybody at a baseline level of, you know, like obviously that person has value to somebody or to themselves, but you don't have to see the value for it to exist. Um, and ultimately there isn't one.
I still feel like you're telling her to imagine something she doesn't agree with.
I'm not telling her to imagine something she doesn't. Why am I telling her to imagine?
Well, you're like choosing to see the baseline at least at every to somebody or something like that's.
That's not what I said though.
I guess I just don't understand.
I said choose the baseline that everybody has no value, and you can acknowledge that they probably have value to somebody or whatever. But if you start at the baseline where everybody's the same, it's like it's actually kind of the same as everybody having innate value. It's just with no value, right? But it still puts everyone at this baseline, the same, which I feel like is part of the problem she's having is like there's like this like system now where there's levels to it, and let's just put everybody at baseline the same. And if it can't be that everybody has innately has value, then it can be that everybody innately doesn't.
That makes more sense.
If we put everybody on the same level, then everybody's on the same level again, and it might be easier to get back to a way of behavior that you find more suitable.
I think that's already fairly innate in me, is a desire for fairness and justice and seeing equity or equality. But in practicality, I don't know anybody who lives that way.
Who lives what way?
Treating every human life as perfectly equal in value, no matter if that's high or low.
I mean, oh yeah, okay, but do you know people who treat every stranger as if they have as the same amount of value?
I don't think I do. I think people have good days and bad days. They have more capacity sometimes versus others.
Right, but that's a person, that's a them thing, not an other people thing. It doesn't. That's not a reflection on the value of others.
But it impacts the way they treat others.
But not because of perceived value.
I think it does, though, because it takes into account their own value in their ability to interact with others.
We do have a new guest joining us. Foreign, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, sure. I'm 21.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
And what god is that?
I do believe in the God of creation.
You said you believe in a God of creation. Is it a particular God from some scripture or faith practice? Is there a book somewhere I could read about this God? Are you still with us, Foreign Sage? I think you've lost your signal. You've got bars, and I'm not hearing any responses anymore, so I'm going to go ahead and set you back down to the comments. Maybe if you get that sorted out, you can try again. But we do have Cortez joining us. Cortez.
Yeah, I'm 29, and I'm gonna talk super creepy too now.
Oh, I see. So you're gonna engage in some kind of pedantic, childish behavior rather than actually honestly discussing your beliefs.
This shit's super gay.
Oh, straight for the homophobic.
Oh yeah, baby.
Homophobia.
We can move on then. So if anybody actually does have a belief in their God or gods, a higher power or something like that, and they're open to having their belief questioned, well then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I'm not here to burgle your God or tear you apart. I don't want to make you look like a fool, although you might do that on your own. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, well then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
I love you, Blake. That was hilarious. Also, I love you, Philly, and I'm sorry if I was harsh. I'm not trying to be.
I hear a confusion because it's hard for you to understand where I'm coming from. And I hear you trying to understand it. And it comes across slightly accusatory, but I know that's not your intention to put me on my defenses, so.
The idea of having a value system for human beings is so far outside of my realm of understanding, and it is also so much the antithesis of how I view you, and it is like concerning and confusing for me.
When you say value system, do you think that it's a ranking?
I don't think that it was, but I think that it might be becoming that way. Which is why it concerns me.
It concerns me too.
Yeah, as somebody that has moved from one side of this belief to the other, I can try and not be as confusing and bridge the gap. But this process of valuing people is like a reflection of a like supremacist system where like the need to like evaluate people and have them have inherent value is like a tool in your tool belt of like how you deal with people. And when you've lost that tool now, and so it's difficult, and that was like part of your worldview. And yeah, it's like earth shattering when it happens. And I went through a very similar process where it's like, I don't even know how to deal with people now. I don't want to deal with people now. And part of that was getting over that was deconstructing the system of like supremacy where we are judging people like when judgment is part of the belief system, that gets incorporated into you in ways that is hard to disentangle immediately, even when faced with like the logic of it. And so, yeah, there's definitely growing pains where it's like, how do I reorientate my relationship with other human beings when my relationship with other human beings was so based around this faith?
I'm definitely going to be considering that, Blake. I do wonder if the idea of the supremacy doesn't take into account the fact that every human being in my belief system of a year ago, every human being has innate value.
Right, but now that every human being doesn't have innate value, um, it becomes a system of supremacy.
A hierarchy.
So before it was not a hierarchy, but in losing it, it is a hierarchy.
It becomes one because you don't know how to place value on people. So then you get
I know
this
how
system.
to place value on people.
But you don't know. Okay, so what I'm saying is you don't have this baseline value for people, right? So then
I don't have a baseline of everyone having innate divine worthiness.
Right, so how do you assign value to people then?
That's a good question.
Didn't you just say you knew?
Previously I did, yeah.
I think that's a good question to segue back over to foreign. Can I get you remind me your age?
Yeah, I'm 21.
21. And you have a belief in a god?
Yes, I do.
What god is that?
The god of existence.
Is your god of existence one from any doctrine or books? Any religious texts I can read that would tell me about your god?
Well, what I was saying earlier is that actually there's no book on this planet Earth that actually describes this God from beginning to end. It's just a basic of experience, of perception.
Just basic experiences and perceptions. So there's no way I can learn about this God other than through my experience and perception, or is it through you telling me about it?
Yeah, it is actually about creation, being, and existence entirely. So you could experience it in your own way because it is life in general.
So are you saying that the God you believe in is life that is in everything, or is God a separate being?
Well, there is an explanation for everything. So based on the perception of God, He is an entity that can take any form in creation, and He is also the life in general. So in other words, He can be both.
Where did you learn about this God, or how did you come to
I
believe in this
said
God?
it's basic experience.
Okay. And this God and worship it?
Maybe I'm more sensitive to this very experience that I was able to get a lot of more evidence that actually convinced me.
Can you tell us what this experience is that you're talking about?
Well, it is the experience of life, the way things unfold. Actually, it is how, you handle stuff in this reality that we are. Although everyone handles stuff based on how they understand it, based on the kind of information they have access to about it. And these experiences really shape our perception of reality, and through that, there is always a signal. There is always something between the line that if you're sensitive enough, you can actually read it, and you will actually see through it, and you will understand the consciousness of the God I'm talking about.
Are there others who have experienced this too, that believe in the same kind of God that you do?
Well, there is a lot of manifestation of it, but it is just the surface level.
Okay, but do you know others who have experienced the same thing?
I'm not really looking for anyone with the same experiences, so I cannot say whether they're not or they are right now.
Okay. Is there any way that you worship this God?
Yeah, actually, I acknowledge it for direction.
And it gives you directions? What kind of directions?
It gave a lot of direction. It depends on what I'm seeking for.
Like, as in, like, I'm trying to find a new job, help me find a new job, or I'm lost, help me find
Yeah,
directions in the
exactly.
streets.
For example, if your life, you just hit the rock bottom right now, you just lost everything, and you don't know what to do, and you're as confused as hell, and for direction, and he's going to come up with a lot of strategy and even opportunity for you to step on, and you're going to be sensitive enough to understand him.
How long have you been in this?
Well, about 5 years now, I would say. Although I have been on a surface level with him, but about five years ago, I happened to stumble deeply into him, and I happen to now start understanding the deeper layer that I never get the opportunity to understand as a child.
Now, you say stumbled into him. What do you mean by that? What happened?
When I actually discover him in his fullness.
His fullness. Can you describe his fullness? What does that mean?
His fullness, the glory he embodied.
What did he look like?
It's not about how it looked like, it's what it is. Like, it is pure, the pureness of existence.
Does he have a name?
You can call it whatever you want. Depend on your perception of him. Definitely. Others call him God. People call him their father. Others call him other things. It depends on your perception of him.
Does he ask anything of you, from you, like give you commandments or ask for any sacrifices?
Well, he has a nature, right? Actually, he created everything, right? And he owned everything, and he is the one that make reality manifest, right? So he has an order of his being, and you can align yourself to that order of his being if you want to. But I will tell you this for free. Aligning yourself to the order of his being will make him manifest himself more in you and in your existence. So it is better if you want to connect with him that deep that you align yourself to his nature, which is pureness, integrity, honesty, love. You have to embody all these traits to
Pureness,
actually connect with
integrity,
him.
honesty, and love. How do you equate all of those with purity?
That is the purity of individuality. As you exist, there are people around you. You see, this God also have a judgment. And as you exist, your impartation on people,
I'm
that
sorry,
he judge.
you're not quite answering my question. What about this was purity?
Yeah.
You relayed a few different words like integrity and honesty. How did those relate to purity?
That's the pureness of an individual, like pureness on individuality level. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
You see, there are qualities that you need to have to be considered pure as an individual.
How
Are you
did you
following?
how did you determine what qualities are required to be pure as
It's
an individual?
simple. It's as simple as everything.
Oh, is
You
it
have
simple?
consciousness. You are aware. Like you have self-awareness. You're okay. You have your mind. You have conscience. So you know exactly what is bad and what is
So
not.
I'm sorry, because I'm aware and I'm conscious, I should know what is bad. How is it that I'm supposed to know what is bad? Foreign Sage, are you still with us? If you leave the app, we can't hear you anymore.
As far as you're normal, as far as your conscious is active, as far as you're conscious
As far
and
as
aware,
you just came out of nowhere. Where'd you go? When you left the app, we couldn't hear you, so you just came back saying, "As far as my
Oh, I didn't know that you weren't hearing me. All right, sorry
No, we
about
didn't hear
that.
you until you said, until I
Okay,
stopped.
so I was actually asking you, will you stab yourself if a knife has been given to you?
Why would I do that? That sounds like
Yeah,
a really bad
so
idea.
yeah,
So,
that's a bad idea, exactly.
right.
That's what I'm
So don't want to
saying.
get
That's
hurt.
your conscience
But
right there. You know
that's
that
my
you can't do that
conscious or my
right
conscience.
there. Yes, you know that
I'm
you
sorry,
can't
which
do
is it?
that.
Is it my
Your
conscience?
conscience.
Okay, so my conscience tells me
You're
not
aware.
to harm myself. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you're aware of it.
What did that have to do with what you were saying before?
That's how it is. That's how you know what is bad and what is not. Don't you get it now? That's how the
If
same
it
way you
hurts
know
me,
that stabbing
so if it
yourself
hurts,
is a bad thing.
stop saying that phrase over and over. Probably a bad idea.
All
But
right.
you're saying that you determine it because it either hurts yourself or doesn't. Is that how you determine what's good and what's bad?
No.
Oh.
That alone is not it. Like,
oh, but that's what you
on that
described.
very
So
foundation, right?
what is it that actually helps you to determine?
Listen, like I say, depend on the situation, right? Depend on what are present, right? It depend on what you're acting on, right? So every situation call for different, ways of resolving it, and sometimes the impact might not be hot or stuff like that. It might be other things. So in this kind of situation, you evaluate and you will know exactly what to do. That's wrong,
Okay,
right?
so just really quick, I know exactly what to do in this moment at least, and that's to thank Kylie and Saints, also to thank Robot Heather and Naomi, Hammy, Freya, Z-Witch, also Shell and Amoria and Shannon. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you helping. Thank Reclaim Syndicate for the money gun. Appreciate you as well. And anybody else who may have helped with the gift goal from a private account. Thank you. So you said that I can just determine moment to moment what to do, and that would be good or bad, just based on what I decide, or that I'll just know in the moment.
Yeah, it is based on what you
So
decide.
you're saying good and bad is just whatever anybody decides in any given moment.
What you don't understand is, you know what? Okay, for example, now, me and you could, encounter a situation, and the situation has two sides, right? It's either you, for example, it's either maybe you destroy something, or either you create something, right? And then we both just come into it and we encounter it. You know that your own perception of it might be different from my own perception of it, and the kind of option I could see from it could be different based on the kind of understanding and awareness I have, right?
Things are subjective based on viewpoints, perspectives.
Yeah, but the outcome of the situation is what actually, prove that you did it right or wrong, because there is negative and positive outcome. So the only way you can actually,
Can an outcome
do it
be?
right.
I'm sorry. Is an outcome objectively negative or positive? At the end of the story, the bad guy who goes to jail or gets unalived, right? From his perspective, it's a negative outcome, right? But everybody else had a
No,
positive
that's not what I'm
outcome.
saying. That's not what I'm saying. This is judgment. Like the guy who go to jail is being judged wrong. So that's different. He did something wrong and that's why he go to jail. Even though in his own perspective, might be a wrong thing to do to him, but that's different from what I'm saying completely. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
So everything that happens is either black or white, good or bad, up or down.
No, what I'm saying is that a situation has a negative outcome and a positive outcome, and your action is what really leads to that outcome, right? So this particular outcome, negative or positive, everyone know what is positive, everyone know what is negative. It's not something that, so it's not something
so
that
if any one
make
person disagrees and says, no, that was actually a bad outcome, while everyone else thinks it's good, then what's a good outcome? Is it majority rules?
Well, what I'm saying is that it's just something you know. Something that you know that is
something you know, or just something I know?
Something we all know.
Is it something so everybody on the panel would agree?
I mean, when you see a good thing unfold, you know it. You don't need anyone to tell you that is good, because it's good. You can know it because you're conscious, you're aware, you're present. You know exactly what is good and what is not good. So when you see,
he's off the app again. I think he got a phone call or a battery warning. But for the moment, Foreign Sage, we can't hear you.
Oh, all right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right.
You
What I'm
just say
saying is
when
that
you see something,
just
you know it. You just know it's good. You know it's
yeah, you
bad.
see the
You just know.
impact, right? You see the impact of the
And
outcome.
impacts of the outcomes are always objectively good and objectively bad. There's no in between. There's no gray or no perspective-based objective, or I'm sorry, perspective-based outcomes, negative or positive.
But you know positive impact when you see it, right?
I'm sorry, if I see a positive impact, do I know a positive impact? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Do you?
How does that tell me that that is objectively a positive impact?
I'm just asking you if you do.
I'm not sure how that's going to answer my question. Do you see how you're kind of avoiding my question?
No, I'm actually asking your question to understand based on basic reality, your own experience. Okay? If you see a positive outcome, will you know it?
I've been trying to understand how you claim to know
Okay, are you
what is
telling me
good
now
and what
that
is
you
bad. I
don't?
don't know why you keep talking over me. It's
All
not
right.
helpful.
I just get to know what you're about to say. Anyway, wait.
Oh, you just
Do you
know
mean
what
that
I'm
you
about
don't
to
know
say.
it? Do you mean that you don't know it?
I think I'm
when
done
you
with
see
this
it?
guest. Does anybody else have questions?
Nothing.
But you didn't even answer mine.
He's not here to answer your questions. You come up to answer his.
Oh, is that it? I mean, you could have said that, right? You could have said it doesn't answer question, and I understand. All right.
Is there anything that would make you question your belief in this entity that you have spoken about? Do you ever feel like it could not be real or that it was all in your head?
Well, that's really deep. But there are things that really make me understand that this is not just in my head. It's not that I didn't question it, but whenever I do, I got answers.
What would it mean to
Definitely.
you? What would it mean to you to learn that it was just all in your head, that it wasn't a real entity?
Well, if we're assuming things which I don't really like assuming things. I just base it on my reality, like what it is. To be honest with you, I have a lot of personal evidence that it is so real based on how it manifests in my life.
So what I'm getting is that you've experienced it enough and you feel that you have enough evidence that you would not question it.
It's not that I didn't question it. How do I get the evidence if I didn't question it?
Okay, so you did question it and that's how you received the evidence. What did you do to question it?
Well, I question its existence. I question its manifestation. I question its power over creation. He's the owner of creation. Then what can he do about it? What can he do? I question it down to the deep, and he manifested himself in everything I question. I mean, that's proof enough, isn't it?
It's what everyone wants. I think when they're looking for a God is to have their questions answered and to have what they feel is proof enough. Well, we appreciate you.
There is something. Maybe you're thinking that, seeing him can be a possibility. Definitely, such being can be seen. Actually, is creation and creator at the same time. Remember I told you that it could be any form of creation because he owns it. So it will be difficult for the creation to see the creator in existence. that's so difficult.
That makes sense.
If it is so difficult, then how can you be certain that you have seen the Creator?
I didn't say I see him. I say I am sensitive enough to be aware of him, right?
How can you be
To
certain
see
that
his
that is what you are
manifestation.
aware of?
Because I saw his manifestation.
How can you be
He
certain?
manifests himself.
How can you be certain that what you saw was him manifesting himself?
Because that's what it is. Like, he
What
make
do you
it
mean?
clear. He make it clear. He make it clear.
How did he make it clear?
Because it is his will for him to manifest himself in my reality, and because of that he make himself clear to me. And if he chooses to manifest himself in your reality for real, he's going to do the same thing. He's going to make himself clear to you, and you're going to understand him deeply.
Could that experience itself
But my own mind shouldn't affect.
I don't know why you're talking before I finished.
All right.
Is there a reason why you keep doing that? When I speak, you
But I told you earlier, but you don't have to believe me.
It seems like a strange choice. How is it that you have become certain that the experience is not a product of your mind, and therefore the conclusion, the certainty that this is God, not a product of a delusion? How have you figured that out?
Okay, so if it is a delusion or a product of my mind, then it will manifest outside of me, right? That means the effect won't be actually on things that are really unfolding, reality that a lot of people are involved in.
How do you know you haven't made a connection to events outside of your mind and concluded that they were of God?
I'm saying that his manifestation, when I question it, his manifestation manifested outside of me in reality. If you foresee the future, he told me a lot of things, and I confirm it as I move on.
It told you a lot of things, so you
told me a lot of things like what is to come, and then it come, and I witness it.
So you were given prophecies from God, and then
Well,
you
if you call it
witnessed the
prophecy, then
prophecies unfold.
yeah, exactly. To say it that way.
Is that what you would say?
Well, that's it. Something like that.
You said God showed you things to come, and then those
They
things
come,
came.
yeah, and I witness it.
And you witnessed those things happen. So
Yeah.
would you say that you are a prophet?
I don't think I am a prophet. I love the God, and
For what is more likely? Is it more likely that you are a prophet of this God, or is it more likely that you have experienced a delusion or hallucinatory state?
I mean, just come to think of it, like, if it's a delusion, then how did it happen?
Could you not have guessed at something that was likely to happen, and then
But why did it have to be?
through some form of confirmation bias?
Wait, why does it have to be a conversation with him? Why couldn't it be anything else? And then I just guess it. Why was it when I was trying to confirm him that it happened? That's not coincidence, is it?
How could it not be?
Well, it's so difficult to see it like that because I literally asked him.
You literally asked him, so you were already believing in the God. You thought about the God.
Well, how do you connect with the spirit
Let me finish.
without those
Let me
things?
finish. let me finish. So you already believed in the God. You tried to talk to the God. You connected with the God in some way. You said you had an experience that you haven't confirmed isn't a hallucination, and then you verified that, well, it must have been the God that you were trying to contact, and so that you already believed in. It must exist, and in no way could it possibly, in your mind, be anything other than that God.
Well, just think of it. There's no way those things could have manifest, right? I mean, I literally asked him, and to confirm it, it's literally happened. So if this is a delusion, why does it happen? So because of that, I don't see it actually as a
You're saying that you can't see any reason why a delusion or an illusion or a hallucinatory state might have occurred while you were trying to seek answers from a higher being. I'm not hearing from you anymore. Is it on my end? I think you muted. I'm not hearing from anybody now.
I do not.
I'm here.
He is muted.
Okay.
I'm not hearing from him.
If you figure out your technical difficulties again, maybe he lost his signal.
guys. I just went to answer some calls.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still not hearing from you anyway. You've confirmed that it's not any kind of delusional state.
Yeah,
If you
I
were
don't think it
seeking a
is.
God,
Yeah, so you
how
know
have
that
you ruled it out?
wrote it out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't write it out. I actually experienced it for myself, right? Definitely, there is something you're not getting in this. Probably it's not the kind of stuff you do here all the time. It's something that's a little bit deeper. You know, it's actually you can connect with any spirit you want, right? But there is a process of connecting with a spirit like that, and if you actually connect with a spirit, you will understand what I'm trying to say better.
Mm-hmm. So for you, was this connecting to the spirit, the process through which you did that, through some kind of plant medicine or some kind of substantive
All right. Okay. I think I get
assistance?
it. You know, is not a normal interaction where it comes straightforward or direct. That's why I was saying that you must be sensitive enough in your awareness to pick on those kind of interaction of the spirit. So it is very deep, and the way people interact with it, I think there's a lot of some kind of different interaction on social
The way
media.
people interact with. I was just asking you if you used any kind of assistance to have this experience where you
What kind of
interacted
assistance are
with
you
God.
talking about?
I just asked if you used any kind of assistant plant.
I don't use any.
Your mind was clear, you would say.
Yeah, I was so sober.
Okay. And did you meditate? Were you praying? What was it you were doing?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. There is a way, the spirit, when you exist and you're aware of it, there is a way it interacts with you. It's something I cannot really explain literally into word, but there is a way he push on his information to you and even direct your attention to focus on some certain aspect of things.
So there's a way
Before
that
you
he
even
directs your attention to focus on things. You keep saying there's a way, there's a way, there's a way. And I've asked, well, what did you do? Was there this? Can you tell me what it is that you did that brought about this experience?
Well, I just come into the understanding of him. Like I just tumble into him deeply. But that happened after I was aware of him. That means there is an awareness of him.
You just came into an understanding. That's what you did.
Yeah.
You didn't pray, you didn't meditate, you just
I
came
didn't do
into
anything.
understanding.
Yeah, I didn't do anything. Just come into it, and I just started
Just
understanding
came
it.
into that understanding. Is that is that the way? The way that you come into the understanding is to come into it.
Other people could have a lot to say, but that's the truth about what I truly experienced. I just come into it just like that. I just start understanding it for real. That's just it.
Was it so? There was a moment you didn't understand, and then in the
You
next
say what?
moment. So there was like a moment where you didn't understand, and you wanted to understand, and so you then just came into the understanding.
Well, that's the awareness. I was aware of.
Oh, the awareness. I'm sorry, it wasn't under the awareness. When did the understanding come? Did the understanding get a turn? Did it get to come?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
When did the understanding come?
That was 5 years ago.
And you just decided to have the understanding.
I didn't decide. I just have it.
If you were to try to instruct someone else to come to the same understanding that you have, then what would you instruct them to do? Or how to have the
That
same
would be very
experience?
difficult. Well, based on the experience I have something a little bit, something that I don't think you're following. You know what? The truth is, I believe that everyone has their own path.
Okay.
And this is just...
Yeah, his path is to come into understanding. I'm sorry, to come into awareness. And maybe understanding will get its turn later.
If you want us to be hearing you, Foreign, you have navigated... Oh, there he goes.
He left on his own. I don't think he felt that we had come into awareness yet. But if anybody else has come into a belief in God or God's a higher power or anything like that, you're open to having that belief questioned, we'll go ahead and request on I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it, if, of course, you can question that belief. And maybe we can get to what the benefits of that belief are, and maybe even what the cost is. Actually, it was you, Saints, that kind of inspired that last question.
I remember. I liked your other question, though, too. That's very similar. What does it justify?
Mm-hmm. Well, when you take what it condemns against what it justifies, you might find one measure of cost in there.
Certainly.
But I wonder if there are any other measures of cost for the belief, any other way that it demands a price. Oh, we do have a couple requests. Apologies if anybody is still actually waiting. Let's see.
I think I'm gonna have to drop.
Uh-oh. Well, I got you, Philly. Appreciate you so much for submitting a belief to questioning. I hope you have a good night. Presidenta, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, you can. My age at this time and moment in time, for I've been born again, would be 45, my brother.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher?
Yes, I would like to believe that there is a creator named Yahweh. But I am not sure also on my meaning, on life, on this word, if you will.
Let's back up to that creator that you would like to believe. You say you'd like to believe that that creator is there. Is that just a want to believe, or is there actually some conviction that you hold that it is?
Of course, on my body and spirit, on this world, on life, on plants, on nature, on my surroundings, on everything.
On what question did I ask, and how do you think you just answered it?
I think I've answered it very respectfully, if you will. It has
think
great.
You answered it very respectfully. What question do you think I asked?
Well, you asked me on what I believe on, and it has very. What it means on the meaning of life, on what I eat, on what I see, on what I hear, on what I taste, on my feeling.
Okay, let's back up. So you, with very deep meaning in what you believe and what you taste and what you, all that, you believe there is this creator, you called it Yahweh. Is that correct?
Yahweh.
Yahweh. Where is it that you learn of this creator?
Well, I've studied for several thousands of years before I was born.
You studied for several thousand years before you were born?
Yes, on this creation also. So I was born before this also. On this life. Do you understand?
I understand the words you used in the order that you used them. I think I can conceptualize what your meaning is, but to understand it fully, no, I can't say that I understand.
Well, of course, most don't understand.
Well,
but
you're
it's okay.
talking about living thousands of years before this life, and I've just been asking about the God you claim to believe in, that you say
I
is
didn't say God.
a creator being, creator Yahweh. Then I asked how it is you come to know of this
I come
creator.
to acknowledge this also. Yes. Well,
and you say it's over thousands of years of study.
Yes. Well, you know, God is only a title with no name. And you know, animals live longer than humans. Like on a turtle, say for existence.
What?
On a turtle. Well, of course a turtle lives.
Some animals
around 300 years.
Sorry, some animals live longer than humans, but are you saying all animals live longer than humans?
No, I said some, and trees. For number
trees
one,
live longer than humans.
Of course they do.
So, what point does this make about your creator Yahweh?
Well, that's a very good question. So, you know Yahweh. He, in the book they tell you, he made creation also before man. So what happens in life?
In what book?
Well, in the book.
In which book?
Well, in the true book. Well, of course
in the true book. Which book?
Well, yes, of course they've been altered for several thousands of years. They've been altered. So
what's been altered?
Well, one usually reads from the wrong, from a false book of prophet.
So what book is the true book? So you can help us out, so we can actually.
That's very hard to find.
What God you're talking about, or creator?
That's very hard to find. I haven't found it necessarily true yet, like through the whole book. You would have to find it within yourself.
I would have to find it within myself.
Online.
Online, on the internet,
on
through
life.
myself.
I said on life.
On life.
Yeah, so like on Mother Nature, stuff like that, like on talking to other people.
I thought you said there was a book. Wasn't there a book a minute ago?
There was.
Oh, so which book was it?
There was, but it was just called The Way of Life.
The book was called The Way of Life?
Yeah, it wasn't
Who
called
wrote
the
The
Bible.
Way of Life?
It wasn't necessarily written down.
It was just a book called The Way of Life.
Well, I call it that because on Mother Nature, on what, like on humans and.
Do you often retitle books, or is there a book called The Way of Life that I can like order on Amazon? I'd like a copy.
I don't think there is.
Okay, so which book is it you were talking about?
I call it that because it's kind of like a book, but it's a book within yourself. Like it's not one that you can buy.
So there's no pages to this book, no cover, no binding, just a
There-
book within the soul
I mean-
of
I mean,
the
all-
person imagining it.
No. Actually, on what most people call the Bible, a lot of that, in my opinion, a lot of it is true, like writings on prophets, on
So the
men.
book about your God is the Bible. Is that where you get the name Yahweh?
I would say yay, but nay. It's not because I don't call it the Bible.
Why would you say yay but nay?
because I don't necessarily get the book. I don't necessarily get the name from the book.
You don't get the name.
I've only
from
seen
the
the name in one book.
Where did you see the name?
It was in the book of it was CEPHER.
CEPHER.
Yeah, and it said Yahweh and Yahusha. And it had the book of Enoch, the book of Jubilees, and the book of Jasher also.
So you saw...
Have you read the book of Enoch, the book of Jubilees, and the book of Jasher also?
What I read and believe doesn't matter, so I'm not answering those
course
questions.
it matters.
No, it absolutely doesn't.
It does.
So you're saying that you read
The
this...
more knowledge you can take in, the better. Whether it's true or not.
So
that way
stop
you know
talking.
it's false.
Stop talking for just a moment. You said that you read this CEPHER. You said Sefer. Is that how it would be pronounced?
Well,
You
some
read
people
this...
pronounce everything different, my brother.
You read this book, and this book is where you got the name Yahweh.
Well, actually, I got it before that book.
Oh. And so you believe this book to be true, or is your belief more based in the Bible?
You know what? I don't call it the Bible, and I don't necessarily have a belief in it if I cannot see it with my own eyes.
I see.
I
but
can't
you believe in the Creator.
Well, I could only pray for something better. Or say I can ask for something better, either or.
You can ask for something better. What does that have to do with you believing that there is a Creator?
Well, it has a lot to do with it.
Does it?
It does.
Can you elaborate?
I can, so I can go. What is your belief?
No, that's...
Well, I mean, I can... That. Is it okay if I answer? Like, the 4 prompts?
We converse with the writing on the screen than the people talking to you.
Okay, exactly. Nicely said. So I will answer your question instead.
I have a question.
Go for it, Kat.
How many drinks have you had tonight? Was I cutting out, or?
No, you came through loud and clear. She asked how many.
Loud and clear. Very loud and clear. Just never asked no name.
Did you hear her question?
Yeah, I heard a question loud and clear. She said, how many drinks did you have?
And your answer.
Right, so.
But you never asked who.
You.
Who's you?
Thank you.
Good golly.
Yeah, Unc was sloshed.
Acting like he didn't know who the fuck I was asking.
Who's you?
Oh my gosh, the drunk Rez accent was cracking me up on mute.
It hurt me. The cringe was so real. My insides hurt.
You didn't say no names. Who's you?
My gosh.
You don't need to be drunk to be jolly, folks. If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to burgle your gods or destroy your faith. I'm not here to make you look like a fool, though that may happen on your own. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. If, of course, that is, you can question your beliefs.
He thinks that we're the ones that look stupid. Specifically me.
Because you asked how drunk he was.
Well, it seemed like a valid question.
It felt like a valid question.
Mm-hmm.
I was curious myself. I just thought it was better to demonstrate it. But I like the direct question.
Somebody said that in the comments the other night, so I popped up after you had been on for a while, and they're like, "Yes, Kat's here. I love the directness with which she asked questions." I was like, "Oh gosh, yeah, maybe." Even my dog knew he was sloshed.
I have nothing nice to say, so I'm not going to say anything at all.
How very magnanimous of you.
The good little Christian girl is not going to say her judgmental statements.
I'm not even judging. I just don't have any patience for it.
Oh, I'm judging hardcore.
I'm not judging, but I do prefer not to have the drunken ramblings that go nowhere and disjointed statements that aren't actually affirmed through any belief or conviction, just kind of brain salad that pours out of the face holes. I'd really, which by the way would be a sandwich. But no, I'd really rather maybe a time when Presidenta is not inebriated. We could maybe then have a conversation, question their beliefs.
Yeah, lo siento, Presidenta, but I have too much ADHD to be able to keep track of a drunk person when I am sober.
Radbear 00. Wow, you guys do this every night? Yeah, but usually every night. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, then go ahead and request on up. Do you like my dramatic pause?
It filled me with anticipation.
Kylie says that she believes I just sleep in the daytime. Yeah.
Huh?
For the most part, I do
I was
sleep in
listening
the
to
daytime.
you light at me. I was snuggling with the dog.
And you're unmuted, Kat.
She's very, very happy.
Snuggling with the dog.
I didn't realize I was on mute. I'm sorry.
S Fruit says that they think I should sell my voice by time. I don't know. Maybe I should set a gift goal and not speak until we achieve it. every time we hit the goal, and I'll thank everyone and ask a poignant, profound question. Or I'll just keep asking questions as I come up with them, and you guys can decide to contribute or not. Help us out with those little gift goals to keep us on the FYP and, well, keep us going forward.
We're not here to challenge knowledge. We're here to question people's beliefs.
Yeah, I've questioned S-Fruit before. A very fascinating individual. See, we have Ali and the Abusive.
What's up, guys?
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
My age is 18.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2007.
What month was that?
October.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
Because.
Well, there's a good reason for you. If anybody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. Sorry. It's like I said it right before he joined, and he joined anyways. It was an excellent conversation. It was brief. It was friendly. It was very cordial.
Wow.
What's that?
The come on.
Rape kids and rape babies. I rape all.
That's a really good way to get one.
Shut up, corpse husband.
You fuck off. That's a really good way to just get blocked. And we don't need you in the chat either. Yeah, easy. Now everybody just remember to tap the screen and share the live out if you haven't already down there in the share button. If that pulls up a menu, there should be a little repost button in there, and that'll set it so that anybody following you will see this live on their FYP. Maybe then they'll be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. But otherwise, thank you guys so much. Tapping the screen for helping out with the gift goals there. Anybody who does have that kind of belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, that questionable kind, we'll go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or tear you down, prove your religion wrong. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it, if you even know.
Hello?
Hello there, Destoon. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I was born. I'm 30 years old. I was born in 1995, November.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I believe in God, yes.
Which god do you believe in?
The Christian God. I believe in
read
Jesus
your Bible
Christ.
from beginning to end.
What'd you say?
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I've only read parts. I'm not a full-time Christian.
You're not a
Do you
full-time
moonlight
Christian.
as
What do
a?
you do in the off time?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you moonlight as a Jew on the side?
What? I'm not a Jew. I'm not even a Christian. I just believe that Jesus Christ is real and God is real. But I'm not a Christian.
You're not a Christian, but you believe Jesus Christ is real and God is real. Do you believe Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior? That he died on the cross for your sins?
He did, but I am not saved, so that doesn't make me to be a Christian, you have to be saved.
What makes you saved?
What?
What makes you saved?
What makes me saved is when you confess your sins to the Lord.
So you haven't confessed your sins to the Lord?
No, I have not confessed my sins.
But other than that, you believe Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
Yes, I believe. Yes.
Yes.
Because it's all truth. It's all true.
Is it?
God created the earth. He created everything. He created.
Uh-oh. Well, that was anticlimactic.
What's going on, brothers?
Hey, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 21 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do actually. So I'm a Muslim, right? Monotheistic religion, believe in one God. What is your belief?
Have you read your Quran?
Yeah, I have. Not all
Do
of
you
it.
believe it to be the breathed word of God?
Yeah, I do.
Why do you believe that?
The miracles and right. So look, the Quran. Not only is it preserved, but the feeling when you really know the meaning of it, like the feeling when someone gets when they listen to the Quran, it's not just something emotional. It's just everything. You don't see that with the Torah or the Bible.
Can we back up just a little bit?
Of course, go ahead.
Can you question your beliefs?
Can I question my beliefs? Of course. I mean, what
does that mean?
What do you mean? Like, what does my belief mean? Like, I'm so confused. How about you ask me? That'll make it.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
Well, I mean,
I am asking you. What does it mean to
question
your beliefs?
It can mean anything. So it depends on the context.
When you hear the phrase questioning your beliefs, what does that mean?
Brother, I mean, it can mean anything. Like I said, I don't want to give the wrong answer. So I mean, you're just gonna have to give some context.
Why do you think there are wrong answers?
It's not I mean, according to I don't want to answer the wrong way in my religion. You get me? Like, I just don't want to say the wrong thing. That's why I'm asking you. You just ask me a question, no answer according. It's how you want the answer.
I've been asking you questions. You're kind of avoiding them at the moment. You're not even sure what it means to question your beliefs.
I mean, okay. I guess it'll mean I'm doubting my religion if I question it, right? So
Can you do that? Can you doubt your religion?
No, you can't. You cannot doubt it.
Why?
Because when you're a Muslim, you have to. I mean, what?
It's what you said that it means to you. When you hear questioning beliefs, you hear doubting religion. So I asked if you can do that because the prompt is, can you question your beliefs? So I'm just taking the question and what it sounds like it means to you, and I'm rephrasing it to ask you if you can question your beliefs? Can you doubt your religion as you interpreted it to mean?
So let me set the term straight. Yeah. So one thing is that, number one, we're all human. Humans are curious. We have questioned, and we will question, because Islam does encourage to question. What kind of religion are we if we don't encourage to question and critique our answers and our beliefs? That's why we go back to the Quran. That's why we go back to our books. It shows us why we do this. Like what's the whole purpose of doing this? It shows us the proof, shows us why, where, when, how. You know what I mean? Is that a good enough answer?
Can you doubt your religion?
Bro, come on, man. I just answered.
Did you?
I did, bro.
How do you think you did?
I mean, you tell me, but you're the one asking the question. I think I did kind of well. Not me, but like. You get it. You get it.
Do you have an audience in the room with you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. How do they think you did?
Normal.
What does it mean to doubt your religion?
Well, what does it mean, right? Oh, well.
Let me rephrase it. Let me ask a different question.
I get it.
Let me ask it. Hang on. Let me ask a different question.
Go ahead.
So, what would you say the strongest critique you have is of your worldview, of your beliefs?
What is my religion's view on the world?
No. What is your strongest critique of your beliefs, of your religion?
Also, like, why are we on this earth?
No. Not the question I'm asking. What is a critique?
What? What is a critique? Like, it's rarely used. Like, what does critique mean?
Yeah, what does critique mean?
I'm not gonna lie, I barely use this word. I just said like it's kind of hard to explain. I'm not gonna lie, I'm bad at explaining. Like, I'm super bad at explaining.
If you were to look at your religion objectively,
yeah,
and you're looking at it and you are looking to find anything that doesn't make sense or any faults in it or something about it that you don't like, what would you say?
I wouldn't say anything because I think my religion's perfect.
Okay, then you did not come up here to question your beliefs. Why did you come up here?
Wait, the whole point of this life is to question our beliefs?
Yep, that's why it says it on the prompt.
No way.
Bye.
All right,
fuck
see
you, bitch. Fucking pussy ass bitch.
I should have said Yahweh.
Wow. The coward's way out. I don't expect any better.
What's good with y'all?
Can I get your age?
I just turned 18.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2007. My birthday was literally just yesterday.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods?
I'm kind of curious, you know what I mean? I'm trying to know what y'all believe.
Did you hear the question I asked?
Yeah, I did, but I'm just trying to. I'm more curious about what y'all believe. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, when it says things that I'd ask, and then you could question.
Why are you asking them then? Why ain't the host telling?
I am the host.
Oh, you on the other account. Okay. What's my belief? I'm Hindu. I'm Hindu.
You're Hindu.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you?
That means everything to me.
What is Hinduism?
Hinduism, you know that one big fat elephant guy with the that he's in Smite 2. You know Smite 2? You know Smite 2? You play Smite 2? I play Smite.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Hey bitch, shut your ass up. I want to talk to you, bitch. Close your mouth, bitch.
That's all it takes. The coward's way out yet again. I think it was the same coward twice in a row, or do you think it was his buddy in the room right next to him?
Nobody likes a woman talking to them.
Why do you speak like you got a dick in your throat? Why do you speak like you got a dick in your throat? And also, I'm a Christian.
Way to represent. Good job.
They have nothing better to do.
That sounds like.
I do want to appreciate. I missed it by a second there. I wanted to appreciate the 66.6 likes, or 66.6K likes that we were at for just a moment. Now that we're at 66.7, everybody keep tapping the screen. Hello, Misty. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 54.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe it's a power greater than ourselves. I did have a lot
What
of
does
doubts.
that mean to you?
Meaning that I was reading the Bible and I was finding little areas in the Bible that had me questioning what I was reading, who I was serving. Going on my own belief, I just started doing a lot of self-conditioning and meditating and getting in tune with my inner being and realizing that a lot of the stuff I was reading might not be so true in the Bible. So right now I'm in limbo,
So
but
you're not. Yeah. So you're questioning your belief in the Bible.
yeah. Because I mean, if you figure, I know, God is. It's a lot of struggle. It's a lot of strife. And I know that that's what we're going through right now in this time. But isn't God supposed to be loving and caring? Like a lot of what I read was it was a lot of hatred, a lot of greed. It was all the things that doesn't justify to me the loving, kind God. What I was reading was it was just like a show, a horror flick, kind of like to me. So I'm still in limbo a little bit here.
Do you have any reason to believe there's a God at all?
Actually, I do. I've had personal experiences in my life where my spirituality has shown me that it's something greater than ourselves that can restore us and that is looking out for us, and it's a power greater than anything imaginable. But I just believe what we were taught was falsified. I think it's more to it. And I just, right now I'm just seeking to see where it is and how do I get to it, because I know it's there, but I just don't think that the approach of, you said what, somebody said what experiences they're asking
That
me.
actually is that is the question I was gonna ask you next. Is what is the experience you're talking about?
Well, I was trying to end my life one time, and I had some sort of being speaking to me, explaining to me my self-worth. I'm also a recovering addict, and I was at my wits, and I know it wasn't me that got me out of that struggle. I know for a fact it was something greater than myself, because if it was up to me, I thought that I could do it successfully, and that wasn't it. I remember walking. I went on a spiritual retreat, and I was walking through the woods. All I know is they found me in the woods, and I had dug a hole. I dug myself in a hole. I had slept for like 16 hours. When I woke up, I was singing in a language that I was unfamiliar with. But I also have
You were
22 years
singing.
clean
You
as
said
well.
you were singing in a language you're unfamiliar with.
That's
Do
correct.
do you know that when you were singing in the language that you're unfamiliar with, that could have been a gibberish that felt like another language to you?
No, it was another language.
How do you know?
I did a little more homework. I think it was Arabic. Because while it was happening with me, I was in my own mind
Did you get a
talking or
recording?
whatever. No, I didn't get a recording.
How would you know then that it was Arabic for certain?
Because I was actually around some spiritual advisors. I was around a lot of other holy women, elderly women, who explained to me everything that was going on with me. And then I was told that it was a spiritual war over my soul, over me as a person, a spiritual battle, because I benefit
And
both parties.
you don't think that there's any way that they could be mistaken or speak Arabic?
My the elderly lady, Miss Davis, she actually does. She actually went worldwide
Was she
to
able
different
to?
countries.
Was she able to translate the Arabic for you and verify what you had said?
If I probably would have asked her, maybe she just explained to me what was going on with me, because I was unfamiliar and I was scared. I didn't understand any of it. I just didn't.
Is there any
And
chance
it kind
that
of
you
shunned
could
me
be?
a little bit
Is there
away.
any chance that you could be under the assumption that you were speaking Arabic and that somebody said, "Oh, it sounded like Arabic," but that
No.
it didn't? You'd leave no room for the possibility that
Say that
this is
again?
an assumption dressed up.
No, it was very spiritually fit. It was exactly what it was.
I see. I'm going to go ahead and speak past you for just a moment, but it's not to be rude. I need to make sure and thank Philly Red. Also need to thank Angel and Robot Heather. And thank you, Misty. Also thank you, Freya. Thank you, Cat the Witch, Shell, Naomi, Z-Witch, and also Amoria. I appreciate each and every one of you for helping with that gift goal. I really do. Thank you. Have you tried to translate any of what you think you said when you sang in Arabic?
I only remember one word, and it was Celia. I remember that word specifically, and I have been trying to find it. It's in the Bible somewhere, but I didn't ask her to translate. She just was explaining to me what I was going through and what was happening to me. I didn't do all of that because, again, this was some experience or some outer body thing that I was fearful of it. I didn't understand.
If you were to look into it and find that the word that you remember actually meant something like toenail, would that dramatically change your belief in this as a divine experience?
Say that one more time.
If you were to look into it and find out that the one word you remembered saying was only close to a word that meant something like toenail, would that alter your belief that this was a divine experience?
Not at all, because what I experienced was real.
You
would
say
have thought it was magic.
You say what you experienced was real.
Yes.
I'm not telling you that it wasn't. I'm asking you if it's at all possible that it
I'm
is
telling you, no, I would not
remembered.
change what I feel. No.
Oh, I see.
I wouldn't.
I see. I've got to ask, Misty, is this even something that you're capable of questioning, or is this something you dogmatically believe is an unquestionable fact of reality that cannot be doubted?
It cannot be doubted. Not 100% cannot be. It's
Can
just
I
where it came from and how.
ask why you're here?
Because again, because of that experience, I felt the overwhelmness of something that was pure, that was innocent, that was phenomenal. And I want to seek it out again to get that feeling and that aura. You know what I'm saying? It was unimaginably heartfelt. It was powerful. Whatever it was
Unimaginably
powerful.
unquestionable.
So, because you say that you're unable to doubt it, can we ask why you came onto a live that said, can you question your beliefs if you can't question what happened?
It says, what is your beliefs? Why do you believe? What is the benefit? I want to benefit in trying to figure out if I can seek what I felt before. I only
see.
question the Bible because of the things that I've read in it. It doesn't add up to the experience.
Okay.
So instead of Arabic, could you be saying Celia as in the nickname for Cecilia, who is the patron saint of music, since you were singing?
Who?
Celia is a nickname for Cecilia or Celeste, and Cecilia is the patron saint of music.
I'm a singer. I don't know, but I know it's Selah.
How do you know how it's spelled if you were singing
I
it in
have no idea. I have no idea, but I've always had that spelling every time that I've said them words. When I was saying them words, that's the only thing that I can remember out of all of it. And I remember it being Selah. And I don't know. I don't know, but I know that was the word, and that's how you spell it.
Okay, so you were talking about the benefit you want to enjoy from having that experience again. What is the cost to you of seeking out that experience again or doubting the Bible?
I believe that it's a power that will benefit me as a person, as a whole. Like that I have something else that I'm supposed to be doing. Like I'm supposed to be moving in a way of helping others, like something to do with the compassion of being a human being on towards
What will it
another,
cost
like
you?
loving your neighbor. It will cost me my old behaviors. It'll cost me probably friends and family and all of that. Because if I go seeking something of the unknown, I mean, how many people really want to be around a person that's seeking something unknown and unnatural? You know what I'm saying? I will be losing out on friends, family, habits, and things that I'm doing now, I would have to change everything about me.
What
My
if
identity
you
would be
look to
stripped.
seek that experience out again and it never happens again?
That's what I'm afraid of, but I would love to experience it again.
What will you do if you don't experience it eventually again?
It'd just be something that I yearn for. You know what I mean? There's nothing I really can do about that. But I would love the experience again. It was something phenomenal.
You say that it could cost you, friends, family, and things like that. Will that paying that cost will have been worth it if it never happens again?
Wholeheartedly being honest, if the experience happened again, I would take the experience. Yes, I would. I would leave
It's
it
worth
all
the risk
for that experience.
Okay.
It's worth the risk.
Well, we got through all of the questions on the problem. That's something we don't usually do. Does anyone else? I'm not sure what Thrayle is doing. I think he's probably switching up computer chargers or making sure that he has access from both the Batcolyte and his Thrayle account to the live. So in the meantime, does anyone else have any more questions for this lovely guest? When you're doubting the Bible, and you've explained really well the things that are making you doubt, it sounds like it's the character of God and what he does in the Bible. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
I want to say yeah, but I really can't. It's the behaviors of the people who were supposed to believe in him or know that it was something there, and they still disregarded it all and did their own will. But we have these laws that's set up by him, and we don't abide by them at all, and we keep getting backlash and backlash.
Yeah, it seems like history repeats itself a lot in the Bible.
Yeah.
So that repeated behavior, that disproves any validity or faith that you have in the Bible?
The behavior, yeah, most definitely.
Why does it discredit the Bible?
It's so angry. It's so harsh. It's so evil. It's like, it's really, besides Proverbs and Psalms, it's like I'm reading a Stephen King book, literally.
So because it's so validity of it being true, or what?
Yes, it makes me ponder a lot. It makes me ponder a lot. Someone said, did she initially say retreat or rehab? Yes, 22 years claim.
You can ignore the comments. The comments are their own ball game.
Oh, okay.
It's all good. So is there any other religious text that you would look to that could give you more or further guidance, or was there anything else you were leaning towards when you began to see or have these feelings about the Bible, or before you had this experience?
Lately, I just been meditating, sit in quiet rooms, like air out my mind. Like I'm looking for in that kind of way, because I don't want to keep going in that Bible and contradicting it or judging it, because it's not for me to judge, you know what I mean, or to put my emphasis on it. So I'm really just trying to back away from the Bible and see if its spirituality can guide me where I need to be at. Because again, like I said, when I pick up that Bible, it's scary, and it's just different. It just hit different. after I had that experience, it hit me different. Because the more I got to read, because the spiritual, advisors, Miss Davis and them kept telling me, read the Bible, read the Bible. But I always question every time I'm reading it. And you shouldn't be able to question it. It's supposed to abide by it. But I'm one of them people that I'm an active listener. I read very well and I dissect everything. So a lot of it started making no sense. So it was blurring me. So I was like, just back up from that and just, see what your spirituality, your inner being, because I believe us as human beings, I believe we have something greater in ourselves that's powerful.
Well, I can appreciate the spiritual journey that you're on. We appreciate you sharing these things with us. And we always encourage everyone to continue asking questions. That is the best thing that you can do to seek happiness for yourselves and for others. And we appreciate you being here.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you very
appreciate you
much.
being here, Missy, and I hope you keep asking questions. It sounds like you draw the line at questioning the Bible and the doctrines, but not going further to question your experiences or the conclusions of what may or may not be a God.
Yes.
And I would wonder why you draw that line, and if you can, perhaps even question that. But keep asking questions, and maybe one day you come back and you'll have different answers for us. Take care, Misty.
Your battery put me on the spot.
You did quite well, I heard. Yeah, it wasn't even battery. It just, sometimes the signal lags out so much that it's just best to restart the app. So I do that.
I can only imagine the technical difficulties you put up with.
Quite a few. Surprisingly, the YouTube's gone strong all night. And the TikTok live hasn't crashed out yet. But who knows? It's still several hours before I plan to shut us down. YouTube as well. There's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. And then there's a link to the Discord, to my YouTube, to the Batcolyte YouTube, which is where we're live right now.
What am I doing here? It's true. Lots of us like to listen to the YouTube for ASMR to put us to sleep, because so many people on the panel have such nice voices. Get unindoctrinated in your sleep.
Right. The YouTube, we've had technical difficulties on most nights. It shuts down at some point, or it lags, and you can hear my voice just drag on and get more exaggerated. And we're working on it. I'm working on fixing all the technical issues there. But it's been nice and strong signal all night, I think.
Your mom's a strong signal. I need more medicine.
Probably.
I talked to someone earlier that had deconstructed their indoctrination in their sleep.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the lucid dreaming. He was like questioning his belief in the Bible and via lucid dreams, and that's how he deconstructed it.
Decide if lucid dreams sound awesome or exhausting. Like, I don't really remember my dreams. So I feel like if I had a dream where I was like doing stuff and making decisions, how rested do you feel when you wake up? Are you still like emotionally exhausted?
Probably so. I imagine. No, Moria, nothing.
Hello, Sam. Can I get your age for TikTok
Hello,
TOS?
son. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Okay, well, there you
Yeah,
go.
kick him out.
That's the app.
Digger.
Oh, he went all the way. Good job, right at the end. Let's make sure we tap the screen extra hard, share the live out. He won't be back on that account anyways. There's always one. What do you want to bet the next one's? Probably going to do the same thing. Here, let's make sure they don't. Let's bring up someone we know won't do that.
Hi.
Good morning, Rowan.
Hello.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. I have one more cat to catch in my endeavor of moving all my cats, because those ones were not able to be grabbed by hand, and I had to use a live trap. But they were smart hell. Oh my god. I don't know where they get their smartness from. But I'm slowly moving into my new house.
Well, congratulations on the move.
Yeah, it's been fun. Hectic, but fun. And how have you been?
We've been good. Questioning beliefs as they come about, but so many trolls tonight, one after another.
Yeah. That last one was, a doozy.
Oh, not much different than the 3 before him.
Oh, and I missed those.
Yeah, Misty was a refreshing break from the trolls. We had several right before her.
That's good. Unless she had a break.
I know we've got one in the comments spamming. What are they even spamming?
I have no clue. Oh.
You got S Fruit. Thrayle, can we talk?
I've spoken to S Fruit a couple of times. As I said before, very unique individual and interesting to talk to.
I have taquitos right now, so I feel like I'm pretty emotionally troll-proof. I mean, that is not an invitation to use out there, but yeah, be pretty hard to rock right now.
I mean, I got raviolis. The mini raviolis. The Chef Boyardee ones.
Each for TikTok TOS.
I am 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I think well, it's a difficult question.
Why is it difficult?
Because of the causality of things.
It's difficult for you to answer if you believe in a god or anything like it because of the causality of things.
God is a human concept, right? It's a very human interpretation.
Right, so that's why I add the higher power or anything like that.
Well, so we have basically 2 options. Either there is no higher power or there is. Using Bayesian reasoning, I think we could ask ourselves what is more likely.
Why would you jump to Bayesian
why
reasoning?
are you taking this huge gasp?
Why would you jump to Bayesian reasoning without actually defining higher power?
I'm not jumping. I'm using it.
You're not
day-to-day
hearing. You're not hearing my question. Why are you using that before even defining what it is you're reasoning?
I'm using Bayesian reasoning in my life day-to-day.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that before actually defining what it is that you're trying to reason?
So I can define my priors. Do you know what Bayesian reasoning is?
Yes, why are you
So
doing this
tell
before
me what it is.
defining?
If you know,
Can you
tell me.
stop for just a moment, Bojack? I'm just going to stop you right there. Do you
Okay.
think that this is a debate?
No, I don't know what it is. Please tell me what it is.
Okay, well, why don't you just sit down and when you figure out what it is and if you want to actually participate, then you can request back up. But I think you're in over your head. So anyways, we were talking to, oh, we've got somebody going weird in the comments, don't we? Why is that happening? Where are my mods? No mods in chat, huh? I'm guessing Cat has fallen asleep. And
I was actually in the shower for like 5 minutes.
5 whole minutes.
Like 5 whole minutes.
Dare you.
Apparently it was. I know. I literally put my headphones back on to where were my mods. I was like, great, perfect. 5 whole minutes in the shower, and this is what I get.
Yeah.
This is what they do, folks.
This is what they do.
Don't you know the chat is like a child? You can't leave it alone for 5 minutes just to take a shower.
Every single time. Every single time. Like, every single time I step away from it. Like, I'll be staring at my phone for 3 hours, and then I'll step away from it for 5 minutes, and something will happen.
It's like they know. It's like they know you've went away.
Blake, someone in the comments really wants to know what you're dipping your taquitos in.
Black bean and corn salsa.
Yeah, clearly it's not my break time. Clearly. And the reason I was taking a shower right now at 1:30 in the morning is because it's been raining all day and my shower is outside and I got a break in the rain, so I finally got to take a shower. So I wanted to take advantage of that. How dare I do such a thing?
Dare you do such a thing?
How dare I? It is literally